Great American Landowner. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 863, The Drama. And before leaving, there is no one at the dinner table who doesn't gossip. Even Zhou parents are the same. Fortunately, the ex-girlfriends Zhou found were not the heroines or supporting actresses in popular TV series. Otherwise, it would arouse everyone's curiosity. If they had played in the TV series of the anti-Japanese war, my mother would definitely ask them to death. However, Comrade Zhou has played a general after all. After all, that really left an impression on the two old people. Gossiping about her is much more interesting than Zhangzi, Wu PC, and Korean girls. My mother still felt a little unsatisfied. Watching a certain anti-Japanese war drama on TV, she felt sympathetic for the experience of the supporting actress in it. She almost asked her son to rescue the female comrade. Zhou accidentally watched a segment today. The TV was playing the scene of the great Chinese soldiers fighting against the little Japanese devils. It was a park plot on the Iron Bridge. It was really exciting to watch. Our Chinese army was equipped with machine guns, submachine guns, sniper rifles, etc. The Japanese soldiers could only hold their Type 38 rifles and hide in the turrets, where they were shot in the head. Well, at least there was a Japanese boss leading people to rush out, which seemed quite impressive. But unfortunately, he was KO'd by Zhulung's Lushan Xinglanba as soon as they met. There were also several Chinese pilots who were really awesome. They might have been restricted by the steel wire during filming and flew too low. This is no longer a question of whether it is real or not. It is simply treating the audience as idiots and treating the Japanese soldiers as the idiots of idiots. If you were really on the battlefield, you would definitely be shot if you dared to fly so low. Zhou wanted to give them some good suggestions. They dared to shoot at this level. Then, in order to make it more realistic, he strongly suggested that the protagonists be equipped with holy clothes so that they could use Pegasus Meteor Fist. Why use a sniper rifle? Just switch to AWP. Even if you don't get a headshot, you can still take away half of their health. The Japanese can add a few more new bosses for people to fight, such as Sadako, Kakashi, or Orochimaru, and so on. Our army can also have a few more protagonists, such as Sun Wukong, Neza, Erlang Shen, Calabash Brothers, Ziokai and Iron, Chiksha, and so on. Then if we shoot a second part, it can be directly called Anti-Japanese Wonders. Isn't it a lot more cool? Isn't it a high end? Isn't it a little exciting and a little passionate when listening to it? Apart from anything else, Zhou is disgusted. This is simply teaching children bad things. There is not much military education in the first place, and it is so stupid. It is simply teaching children bad things and disgusting adults. At least they can please old friends. With this point, Zhou is useless. You can't stop people from watching TV. At least they have innovations, right? After a meal, Zhou not only had to face this group of gossipers, but also couldn't help but pay attention to the scene on the TV in the living room. It was really impossible not to pay attention. However, there was something to be thankful for, that is, his daughter, who really didn't need him to worry about eating. She didn't need to be fed, nor did she think about life at the dinner table. The meal looked delicious while she was eating, and her appetite was ready. He would occasionally pick up a few bites of food for his daughter. The little child's eyes smiled like crescents, which was very cute. Zhou couldn't help but giggle twice, feeling that it was really a blessing to have such a daughter in this life. He didn't know where his child stayed in the last life, and whether he had learned bad things. Did he suffer any hardship? His confused father and that cruel mother didn't know what she was like. It was really a bit entangled to think about it. He asked his parents not to tell the news of his return home. Fortunately, the neighbors around were not the old neighbors who had been there for more than 10 years. He couldn't gossip about anything, and he couldn't let others know the news. Zhou is now waiting for his father to discuss with his grandfather or uncle. He also happened to set up several foundations during this period to help the Zhou and Li families. Generally speaking, he still wants to hold off for a few months to let those people see his attitude. You can be shameless, but can't I drag it out? These days, it depends on who is thick-skinned or who is shameless. Zhou made up his mind that we can't afford to provoke now, but we can hide. First, invite his parents to live in the United States for a few days. This matter can't be said that these relatives need it and you go to help them as if you are rushing to it. Zhou is really soft and not hard, and he is also very narrow-minded. He doesn't plan to spoil them. He doesn't care what those people say about him, he can't hear it behind his back anyway. However, who dares to say it in front? He dares not to give benefits. What do you want? You have shame. Zhou doesn't want it. Whoever dares to turn his face, he dares to make him regret it. Maybe he hadn't thought of giving good benefits, but he was given a cold shoulder, and in order to make others jealous, he was full of regrets. He really did something stupid like giving more benefits to others. Mom, Dad, let's go to the United States first, and we'll talk about it when we come back. You can just mention it to my aunt and uncle, and let them think about it. I've also invested a lot recently, and I don't have much money. It just so happens that after a while, there will be a sum of money in the account, and we will implement this matter then. What do you think? Zhou's family was already sitting on the sofa, and there were a few cups of tea and coffee on the side. The two sisters were also listening on the side. They could only listen to this matter, and generally they were on the side of their younger brother. Modern people are actually good enough to unite their brothers and sisters. It's really a bit too much to do other things. Father and mother Zhou thought for a while before saying to him, "That's fine. We can't just do it for them based on what they say. After all, it's your money, so just do whatever you think is appropriate." Mother nodded. "That's what I mean too. For those who borrow money, let's forget about it. It's basically a loan that can't be returned. For those who need money for medical treatment and saving lives, we can take them out first. After all, this is a good deed. In the future, we can help people solve their medical problems and their children's education problems, which is already a good deed. It's really too much for them to ask for other things." Mother clapped her hands and continued, "You do have some money, but it's yours. If there's really someone who wants a share of it, we won't recognize him as a relative and won't care about our business. People who think this way definitely don't have any good intentions." Chapter 864. A family arrives in America. P.S. Zhou is back. The god of harmony was so awesome some time ago that he took more than a month to make peace. Now Zhou just wants to say, "I miss you guys so much." After packing up, the family planned to go to the United States. Mom, Dad, second sister, eldest sister and Xianshan followed him to the United States. Including his own daughter, the family of 7 was ready to go. The third and fourth sisters had to be busy with their own orders recently. The 2 brothers-in-law couldn't leave either. The company was in the initial stage, and someone had to stay to take care of things. So they could only arrange the work slowly, and then go there later. The visa and passport were all ready. The family just carried, or held a small bag, and under the protection of the bodyguards, they went to Shanghai Airport to take a flight directly to Zhanghe International Airport. The large bag had been transferred to check-in. The high price and good service, they could receive the goods in the United States. The third and fourth sisters had been waiting at the airport for a long time. The 2 girls were dressed in fashionable equipment and were still very attractive in the airport. The look of a domineering female CEO in the city really made many men who wanted to approach her feel inferior. When they really approached her, the third sister had a bad temper and a cold look, and they stopped awkwardly and retreated in disgrace. When Jay Chou and the others came out, there was a little space around the 2 of them. "Didn't you 2 say that we don't need to pick you up? We will fly to the United States after the transfer. Why are you still here?" Really? When the mother saw her 2 daughters, although she complained, her smile was still so bright. "Mom, although we are a little busy, we can still squeeze out some time," the fourth sister said, while holding the mother's hand. "Yes, this little free time won't delay anything. Don't worry. If this house was not so big, we all wanted to take a plane with you to the United States for vacation," the third sister also said, while holding the mother's arm on the other side. "Making money through career is important, and this is also a good thing. Mom, I won't say anything to you, but there is one thing you have to pay attention to. The one who changes her face the most in the Zhou family is the mother. As soon as the tone of the words changed, she immediately became serious. The two looked at each other tacitly, and they had already guessed what the mother was going to say. Zhao Jixi looked at the eldest and second sisters secretly and helplessly, and glared at them, as if he was still laughing. You have to think about how to solve your own personal problems. After all, you are at this age. You can only consider whether to get married after dating for a while. If it is not suitable, it will waste a lot of time. Don't you young people say that time is money now? Hurry up. Mom, I know. Yes, I know. Yes, Mom, we know it in our hearts. Know it? Forget it. I will help you tomorrow to see if there is anyone suitable. The mother thought about it and said that she didn't say it before because her two daughters were not old enough and there was no rush. Later, she didn't say it because her son was rich and her two daughters became rich people, which made it a bit embarrassing. In her circle of contacts, there are no suitable boys. In the past, the most powerful people in the Zhou family were multimillionaires. Now the daughters are of this level, and they have houses and careers in Zhonghai. If ordinary men are introduced to them, the daughters will definitely not like them. Of course, she doesn't like them either. The eldest and second daughters have been married for quite some time. The two sons-in-law are not bad. They know each other well, and were well matched at the beginning. Now it is a bit difficult to find a well-matched marriage. A marriage where the woman is strong and the man is weak will never last. This has been said in reality and in TV dramas. Even if there is, it is an exception. Then, you take a look, and the fourth sister and I will take a look too. The third sister was very obedient to her mother at this time. She knew the twists and turns here very well. Well, listen to Mom. The fourth sister also agreed. It is not so easy for the Zhou family to find a son-in-law with such wealth. Whether you like him or not is one thing, but whether he can pass the test of the younger brother is still a problem. Zhao Jixi could only complain about this in his heart. Besides, he was just thinking about it. He already had a daughter. If he had a son, he would still be the one who would have a headache. But sometimes changes always come faster than planned, and things can't always go according to his wishes. Sometimes just poking a needle hole can give birth to a new life. So I warn male comrades that it is best to bring your own condoms. Third aunt, fourth aunt. The two little sisters ran to get close to the aunts, and their voices interrupted Zhao Jixi's meditation. When they turned around and saw that their father's eyes were still on him, they replied sullenly, I know. Take it easy on yourself. I can't handle things like children. The father was worried and continued. Okay, aren't you bored talking about this at the airport? Said the second sister. It's good to have children. Look at how cute our NIU and Shine are. The third sister kissed the two children as she spoke. The little ones giggled with joy and kissed the third sister in return. Looking at the male compatriots in the distance, they wanted to shout to stop and let them do it. Zhao Jixi's eyelids began to twitch again. The third sister kept putting eye drops on him. This situation was a bit wrong. Did he find out what he did? Or was it about Wu Peasy? He glanced at the third and fourth sisters carefully, as if there was really something on him. He licked his lips and thought about how to deal with his parents first. When Zhao's father and mother heard what the third sister said, they really had some ideas in their hearts. Yes, the family is not without money, and the money to raise a child is a piece of cake. What about the lack of maternal love? Forget it. The Zhou family doesn't have much else, but there is a lot of overflowing maternal love. A family of 5 women, children and the like are really easy to deal with. Besides, Zhao's mother feels that her health is getting better and better. Taking care of grandchildren is simply a piece of cake. There was no pressure at all, and he was full of energy every day. Let's go. If we have to talk, let's sit down and talk. There's still some time before the next flight. Let's go have a drink first, and let the children eat something first. Zhao Jixi stood up and said. Several people went to a cafe in the airport together. It was not a high-end one, and the consumption was quite expensive. The desserts were also average, and the two children were a little hungry, so they ate them. Zhao Jixi and his parents ate some fruits from the space. His mother praised that the fruits tasted pretty good recently. Of course, he also said that he was lucky. It was probably bought by the people in the village who picked them out and sold them. They were grown carefully. His parents didn't make things difficult for him now. They just chatted with his third and fourth sisters, asking this and that. The two girls were alone outside, and they didn't see each other often, so they couldn't help but chat a little more. When they finally stepped into the inspection gate, the two of them still waved goodbye with emotion. Zhou was depressed. He would go to the United States too. It wouldn't take long for them to meet. They didn't get so excited, even when they met once a year before. He didn't understand. This was the first time for his parents to go abroad. It was inevitable that they would have many emotions in their hearts. It was normal to be emotional. A flight of more than 10 hours was tiring, and the same was true for the first class cabin. After all, there was only so much space to move around. Looking at the clouds outside the window, it was inevitable that they would feel uncomfortable with the narrowness of this space. Fortunately, nothing happened along the way and they arrived at San Francisco International Airport safely. The family went through security check with light luggage. My mother was quite enthusiastic and helped a woman pull a box. It was probably filled with local specialties. Zhou's VIP was still very useful. He could do anything quickly. Several bodyguards had already driven the car to pick them up, and his assistant had arranged everything. He didn't plan to take a plane home. He had been working for more than 10 hours, so he had no problem, considering the elderly. He still took a car to get down to earth. In addition, his Raptor was a taxi, and it was comfortable to sit in. He could also enjoy some of the road conditions and scenery in the United States along the way. Dad, have you got your international driver's license? Dad made a chair with a massager, and he was relaxing his muscles with Mom. I got it. A friend of yours gave it to me. Oh, that's good. He nodded. You can't live without a car in the United States. You need a car to go out to buy soy sauce. Where do you live? You have to go so far to buy soy sauce. How can you make a living with this trip? Dad was full of country bumps in his heart. It's not that my son doesn't have money. Why is he so stingy? This is definitely not my inheritance. I'm just talking. Dad, I'm just making an analogy. If you have everything you need at home, you can rest assured. Zhou was depressed. What he said was not thorough enough. I'll order a small helicopter. When you need to go out, you can fly directly. Use this to go to the nearest county. It only takes 10 minutes to go back and forth. Plane? If you have money, just build it like this. Fly a plane to buy soy sauce. Dad just thought his son was stingy and turned around to build it for him. This is definitely not like him. It's not inherited from him. He was a little angry and a little guilty. It seems that this is really inherited from him. Small planes like this in the United States are cheaper than cars. A good car costs tens of thousands of dollars. A sports car costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Buying a small plane only costs $20,000 to $30,000 US, and a better sports plane is only hundreds of thousands. Unless you want a long distance interstate plane, that thing will cost hundreds of millions. It is indeed a bit expensive. Chapter 865. Shock to the farm. After hearing his son's explanation, the father's heart became lively. When he was in the army, he didn't pass the exam to become an Air Force soldier, and he didn't have the qualification to be a tank soldier. He had touched and ridden the helicopter of the 5th space, but unfortunately he had never played it. Later, he worked so hard to select some special forces. Damn, he did pass the exam, but unfortunately he was rejected because he didn't live up to expectations. Dad's military career can be said to be very tragic. Even though he knew many old leaders and old comrades, he didn't have the face to hang out with them. In his previous life, Zhou didn't really know that his father had such a relationship. Damn, the old leader was quite awesome, and in this life, his son has made progress. He contacted his old comrades because he probably felt that he had such a son, and he was a little proud in his heart. In addition to showing off, he also felt that he didn't need to ask them for help to do anything, nor did he need them to pity and help him. He had no psychological burden, so he exuded all his years of enthusiasm. The old comrades always said that Zhou's father was really the same as before, and his fucking personality really didn't change much. Is it difficult to get a driver's license? Zhou's father was already tempted. Zhou Jixi said in triumph. What he feared most when his father came was that the old man would be bored. If he took his father over, it would not be a so-called enjoyment. It would be obvious that he would be uncomfortable. He had to find some hobbies for his father. This would not only solve his boredom, but also leave him with many memories. Next time, he would probably come to the United States for vacation without him asking him to do so. It's not difficult. Small aircraft licenses are easy to get, especially small helicopters and small sports aircraft. It's like a full mode. I wanted to buy one last time, so I tried it and spent a few days to get enough flight time. It's just that you have to memorize the culture and rules. If you memorize quickly, you will definitely pass the test quickly. Your father has a memory like that, and you still ask him to memorize things. He got a driver's license through connections. Mom also found it interesting when she heard it from the side, but she was more interested in finishing her father's job. I guess even if I learn well, your dad may not be able to pass you. Dad was not angry and looked disdainful of women's struggles. I'm not talking nonsense. Flying a plane also requires some talent. You just cut and cook at home. Flying a plane. He didn't say anything else, just shook his head. Mom was also happy to make fun of dad. She turned her head to look at dad and said, just watch. It's really not certain who will fly first. Talent. My son is so outstanding. This talent is very good. This is a proud remark, which made the eldest and second sisters laugh. Zhou Jixi was also very happy holding his daughter. Zhou, tomorrow you go find a coach for me. We will start training when we are free, and you still tell me that you are talented. This time I will let you see what it means that women can also hold up half the sky. Mom probably looked at this beautiful wilderness and felt relaxed. She also joked with dad and felt relaxed. Okay, I'll take a good look at your half of the sky. Dad decisively challenged, but I also have a share in this son. Who knows whose gene this is? Don't take all of this away. Zhou Jixi was speechless. Dad and mom were talking too much. If this goes on, will it be banned for 18 plus? The second sister poked the eldest sister from behind and laughed silly with her. She thought that if she covered her hands, others would not see it. The covered voice still came out of her mouth, like a firefly in the dark night. It was too dazzling. Dad, what is the second aunt laughing at? Why doesn't she stop? Niu asked curiously. Facing his daughter, he said, your second aunt is having a seizure. Don't touch her at this time. It will be contagious. The daughter opened her mouth in surprise and covered her mouth with her right hand. The jokes on the parent side were almost over. When they had time, mom turned around and said, Jess, buy 2 planes, one for me and one for your dad. Yes. Zhou Jixi responded happily. It was a good thing that his mother helped to spend money. Although he was stingy, he would not be stingy on this. The family talked and laughed. After more than an hour or 2 hours, the car was also close to the pain farm. Zhou Jixi asked his family to look at the real scene here. Compared with his photos, what you see with your own eyes can make you feel what is magnificent in your heart. The car entered the first checkpoint. Now the construction there is getting more and more in shape. Some blocking equipment are painted green to be close to nature, which feels very in tune with this piece of woods. There are bunkers, towers, and designs that are very safe. Zhou Jixi can only say that his mercenaries are worthy of coming back from the war zone. The safety measures and warning measures are really violent and direct. From the outside, it seems that there are only 2 people fighting over there, but in fact, there is still a group lying in ambush in secret. Being on duty and training at the same time is considered to be a win-win situation. The car was allowed to enter after being inspected. The family was still watching all this with a little surprise, especially the father and mother. Son, you have to check like this when you enter your own house. Of course, this is all for safety. This is not only to check whether there are any safety hazards, but also to check whether I have been kidnapped or hijacked. They have a very detailed plan. Zhou Jixi explained. Too exaggerated. The second sister also said, how much will it cost? It won't cost much. This security company is directly opened by me, and the people who come here to guard the door and the ambushes are all combined with training tasks. This not only saves money, but also allows the trainees to get training. He paused and said, the most important thing is to deter people with bad intentions. Second, just putting a sample for people to see can also attract a lot of business. You really have a money-oriented mind. The second sister was convinced by his explanation. He is worthy of being her brother. This character and temper, wow. Safety is a good thing. If you have money, you have to show your muscles to others, so that those who have bad intentions know that our family is not easy to mess with. This can also save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Dad agreed with his son's approach and nodded. That makes sense. Others also agreed. After the family entered the farm, they began to look. After the car passed through the green road, it arrived at the gate of the farm. Zhou Jixi signaled the bodyguard who was driving to stop first, and took the family out of the car to see the surrounding scenery. He opened his hands and smiled at him who asked them to get out of the car with a puzzled look. He said to them, this large area, as long as you can see it with your eyes, it's all mine. Everything you can see with your eyes is yours? The second sister looked like you were bragging again. I saw that mountain. Is that yours too? But that really belongs to Dad. That's the orchard of our farm. There are many fruit trees over there. The fruits are delicious. Niu helped Zhou Jixi explain. That mountain and what you can see over there all belong to my farm. Zhou Jixi also further confirmed. My goodness, this site looks similar to the Sancho in my hometown, and it's so far away from there. This whole area belongs to our family? Mom felt a little unbelievable. Hearing is one thing, and seeing is another. If Grandpa knew what this landlord did, he would be so happy. Dad even muttered to himself. The Zhou family all have a dream of being a landlord. This is the resentment passed down by Zhou Jixi's grandfather's father at that time. Those things were the national trend back then, and they couldn't stop the land of several generations of the Zhou family, so it was all gone. How rich is this person? The eldest sister has already started to talk without thinking, looking at the grassland, the river over there, the woods in the past, and the herds of sheep visible in the distance. There are white and black ones, like a cloud, but full of colors, and the herds of cattle, coffee, red, and black, intertwined together, making people in the distance feel a shock. Zhou Jixi was very satisfied with the expressions of his family members. Looking at them in shock, his heart was filled with joy. If you don't return to your hometown when you are rich and powerful, it is really like walking in the night with gorgeous clothes. Being with your dearest ones and making them feel shocked by what they have. This is what Zhou Jixi enjoys the most. Maybe there are many resentments left over from the previous life. I won't go back if I can't make it. How many people have said this, but how many can actually do it? Zhou Jixi didn't know, but he knew that he didn't do it, and finally went back in disgrace, becoming a retired man and a stay-at-home. This might be the best ending for a loser. He has never yelled this at anyone in his life, but this sentence is still hidden in his heart. At this moment, perhaps he has achieved what he thinks is so-called good. He has done well, and will not go back. Bringing his parents over is the best ending. He pointed this way for his family to see, and then pointed that way for them to see. Zhou Jixi roughly told them how big and how far that side was, as a scientific explanation, so that his family would not get lost in the farm, which would be really bad luck. Mom and Dad, let's go back first. My master must be waiting anxiously. Zhou Jixi was a little too proud of himself just now, but when he saw the watch, he remembered that his master had prepared a welcoming banquet at home. He was still playing because he wanted her to wait. When Zhou Jixi said this, his parents stopped. Their son's master must be respected. After all, he is a teacher who teaches knowledge. He is not the same as the kind in school. Their Zhou family is still very traditional. This is also related to the inheritance and genealogy of the Zhou family. After so many generations, a sense of historical weight has been passed down, which also makes the descendants of the Zhou family treat some traditions very seriously. Among them, those who kowtow to become apprentices, then they follow the tradition. The master teaches knowledge, and the apprentice takes care of the old age. In addition, the parents really feel that this Master Yang has taught their son a lot, and helped Zhou Jixi a lot. They are busy running around, and even give their son a lot of money. This really regards their son as an apprentice, so of course they have to treat him with the attitude of their son's master. What's more, a man in his 80s is almost the same as a man in his 50s. This is a person who is like a semi-immortal on Earth. You don't usually meet this person. This is actually his son's master. Hurry up, don't let Master Yang wait. You dead child, why don't you say it earlier? You're just delaying things. The two complained to Zhou Jixi and quickened their pace to get in the car. Chapter 866, The Shock of Seeing. In front of the farm villa, several Tibetan mastiffs were playing and frolicking. Two platypuses slapped the ground by the pool and happily ate delicious fish to the rhythm of the music. The big duck twisted its body and did a high dive, splashing water on the duckling's face. Suddenly, the happy face froze at this moment, and the unhappy duckling decided to teach the big brother a lesson. By the swimming pool in front of the villa, Sayan, the gorilla, was holding a drink with a straw on it and lying on a beach chair with sunglasses to bask in the sun. Several thumb monkeys hung on it to help the big brother pick up lice. In the distance, there were several tortoises crawling and stopping, biting a piece of grass and chewing it in their mouths from time to time. Others rubbed their hind legs, stretched their necks high, opened their mouths as if yawning, as if they were going to stretch their waists. There were also two golden eagles standing on several tortoises, combing their feathers and basking in the sun. They were knights and ladies, and there were two monkey-eating eagles on the big tree not far away. The general and Joan of Arc were also combing their hair leisurely. The farm life made these eagles very leisurely. The main reason was that many animals around liked to come to the farm to eat grass, which added a lot of food to their predation menu. Backed by the Yamui National Park, if the fences in Zhou Jixi's farm were not well built, there would be many more wild animals coming to steal food. But Zhou Jixi's favorite harpeth, I don't know where it flew to. This black princess is the most powerful and arrogant eagle. The four younger brothers dare not care whether the boss often returns to the nest. Zhou Jixi was sitting in the car when he suddenly heard a sharp cry in the sky. He opened the window and was happy to see that the black princess was hovering above their roof. Raymond, open the sunroof, Zhou Jixi said. What's wrong? Mom is going to see her son's master now. What kind of sunroof does this kid have time to open? Hurry back, what are you doing, son? Don't let your master wait anxiously. Dad also said that, if he didn't want to, he would kick his son's butt. Mom and Dad, you guys are good at learning English. You can tell what your son is saying. It's been a few months, and he's made some progress. Don't talk about that. What are you doing? Niu had heard the chirping sound a long time ago, and now she was leaning against the window to look for the eagle in the sky. It's the Black Princess. The Black Princess is here to pick us up. Daddy, the Black Princess is here. The little girl danced with joy. Well, it's the Black Princess whose photo Daddy showed you. Isn't she beautiful? Zhou Jixi touched his daughter's head and said, now it was flying low, so his daughter could see some of the characteristics of the Harper's eagle. Black Princess. The eagle you raised? Dad asked curiously. Well, I'll show you next. This guy has pretty eyes. Probably saw us at the door just now. As he said that, he stood up, stretched his upper body out of the car, and whistled to the sky, sharp and contagious. The Black Princess in the air had heard it, and after responding, she began to adjust her flight state and flew towards her owner. Zhou Jixi quickly took off his coat and tied it to his arm. His hands were made of flesh, and without protection, he was bound to get a few bloody scratches. This was something that the Black Princess herself could not control. After all, she had to use force to fix her body shape. The Black Princess in the air began to glide down, and Raymond, who was driving, also deliberately slowed down so that it could land on the boss's arm more easily. Gliding close to Zhou Jixi's head a few meters above him, the people sitting in the car could already feel that this eagle was really big. The head was a bit like covering the sky in the sky, and the wings were several meters long when opened. The size was very unusual. The father's eyes were almost shining when he saw it in the car. Of course, there were exceptions for men who didn't like birds of prey and beasts. Zhou's father and his son's hobbies were definitely not much different. Watching the big eagle spread its wings and do a quick stand, it then grabbed Zhou Jixi's arm with its two claws. A bird of prey was on his son's arm. The dark circles around its eyes, the sharp eyes and the terrifying claws immediately conquered Zhao's father. He was a little anxious and wanted to stand up to take a look, but Zhao Jixi stopped as soon as he saw it. The black princess on Zhao's arm looked at him hostilely. He quickly stretched out his hand and taught him a lesson. This is my father. Be honest in the future, understand? He felt good about teaching him a lesson. His father looked at him with heartache and said, be gentle, don't hurt it. It's okay. I taught it a lesson when I was training the eagle. Now that it's trained, you have to cherish it. Dad was not frightened by the hostility of the black princess. This bird of prey with some wildness is really a man's dream. With such a bird resting on his hand, he can make it fly and come down whenever he wants. It's so exciting. The black princess didn't dare to do anything to her dad after being taught a lesson by Jay Chou. However, she felt a little insecure. She kept moving her feet and mouth, trying to show her strength and make this person behave himself and not think that he was easy to bully. Dad looked at her with envy. If he couldn't manipulate the black princess, could he manipulate his son? Zhou, let it come to my hand and try. No. The black princess is a little arrogant. She is not as easy to handle as the knight and the lady. Although she won't peck people, she can't be honest either. When we get home, I'll take the Canadian golden eagle for you to play with. It's guaranteed to be no worse than this. Father Zhou looked at the black princess reluctantly. If you are not its owner, you really can't force the raptor to come. He had to agree with some disappointment. When he saw the black princess at first sight, his son would inevitably feel that it might be inferior to other things. Of course, in fact, it is indeed inferior. The price is very obvious. As for the survival ability and outdoor ability, there are many unexpected factors. No one can guarantee that there will be no accidents the next day. A small episode brought more expectations and surprises to the family, especially the parents who were a little helpless when they first came. At least foreign countries are different from what they imagined, and it doesn't look so bad. The court station reports what happened every day, such as shootings, which makes them feel a little uncertain. When Mrs. Yang heard the calls of 1K and the others outside, she knew that Zhao Jixi was probably back. The three little guys were calling happily, and they were the happiest when they saw Jixi. Grandma, look, the one drinking a drink in Taoist over there is Saya, the one in the photo I showed you. Niu said, pointing at Saya. Ah, Saya, Saya. Xianshan was always complaining about the animals in the sky farm. Seeing Saya being so mean, she really wanted to teach him a lesson. They hadn't even gotten out of the car yet, and the three Tibetan masters had already run to the front of the car. Raymond, who was driving, deliberately slowed down. Zhao Jixi gestured to stop here. It was only a few steps away. It was okay. He had just gotten out of the car, and several Tibetan mastiffs that were already as high as his thighs began to rub against him. The parents and two sisters in the car were really a little scared of the three big guys. Is this the little fat dog in the old photos? Did he take hormones? Grow so fast? The second sister had seen these three guys in her daughter's photos. At that time, they looked like furry balls and didn't look like dogs at all. Now they have grown strong, but too strong. They are almost as tall as Xianshan. They were only as tall as her daughter before. Now American beef is really amazing. Not only people grow fast, but dogs grow fast too. They are probably the same as her brother, who are the kind that can eat a lot. Otherwise they would not have grown like this. 1K, 1K, 1K. Xianshan pushed her mother aside and waved happily to 1K. Time seemed to freeze at an almost tangible speed. 1K's excited and happy look just now disappeared in an instant. Instead, he looked like he had seen some painful memories. The tails that were raised high dropped down. The same happened to Wan Xiao and Wan Fu, but Xianshan preferred to play with 1K, the pit bull, so they were less affected. 1K took 2 steps back with a bitter face, but unfortunately the speed could not withstand Xianshan's forward speed. He didn't even dare to run. He used to run happily when he was a child, but the next day he was caught by Xianshan and was dragging his hind legs all over the ground. Xianshan was still muttering, "This way you can't run away. I'll keep holding you and watch you run like this." Anyway, it was all the same, and the result was that he was almost broken by being played. Xianshan went over and hugged him excitedly. 1K immediately wailed, as if his chrysanthemums were broken. It was really pitiful. At least Zhao Jixi, his parents, and his elder and second sisters all had the same idea. The chrysanthemums are broken, and the buttocks are full of wounds. Is this a Tibetan Mastiff? The second sister was just worried about Xianshan, who knew it would end up like this. This tall and mighty dog was afraid of his daughter. The change in his expression was really funny. Zhou, can a dog like you guard the house? Of course there is no problem. 1K and the others are very smart. It was scared by Xianshan when it was a child, and I didn't allow it to scare Xianshan. You know your daughter's character much better than I do. She plays with it like a doll. Not to mention dogs, even people can't stand it after playing with it for a long time. While saying this, Zhao Jixi also laughed. Thinking about 1K's appearance, it was indeed very funny. Haha. Several people also thought of something fun and funny, and they all laughed. Mom and Dad just started to look around. In fact, their son had sent them many pictures of the villa. To be honest, they were still very familiar with it. They knew the front, the back, and the bedrooms inside. Saiyan, 1K, 1Xiao, 1Fu, Big Duck and Little Duck, and the house guarding tortoise, they all knew. It's just that pictures can't be as real as seeing it with your own eyes. The one in front of you is like a painting, and it's almost the same as in a TV series. Looking at it makes people sigh. What a great place. Yeah, the feeling of looking at the picture is different from seeing it in person. TSK, Dad said with emotion. Chapter 867 Visiting the Villa. Master. Zhao Jixi called out immediately when he saw old lady Yang. The old lady looked at him, nodded and said, well, you're back, and you look much more energetic. Zhao Jixi then introduced his parents and sisters to her. Father Zhao and Mother Zhao greeted the old lady with a serious look on their faces. Seeing the young appearance of the old lady with their own eyes, compared with their own parents, she was really a half immortal on earth. If it were put in modern times, it would definitely be a master figure. It is also a blessing for his son to be able to become a master. Especially Father Zhao. He used to hear his grandfather say that in their era, even the son of a big landlord, Zhao Jixi's father's grandfather, was not qualified to become a master. Martial arts masters are another matter, and that can be solved by paying money. After a few people exchanged greetings, they entered the villa together, and Zhao Jixi and the old lady took a few people to choose a room. The second sister directly chose the room where Xianshan had slept before. The eldest sister chose the room next to her, and Mom and Dad also chose a room on the second floor. Fortunately, Jade Chao had done some small renovations at the time, and the rooms here are very well equipped. There is plenty of light, and they are all equipped with toilets and bathrooms. Although they are not as big as the bathrooms in the public area or the master bedroom, the basic requirements can be met, and even taking a bath in them is no problem. According to European and American habits, they all prefer to take a bubble bath, which may feel better and relieve a day's fatigue. Because the old lady and Mom and Dad were all there, the eldest and second sisters did not make excited noises after choosing a room, like they did when they were children. However, the excitement on their faces was superficial, and they patted Jade Chao intimately with their hands, a typical pretense of reserve. You are indeed a rich man. Zhao, you have so many rooms. Each one is about 40 to 50 square meters? About the same. Some are not that big. Anyway, the average American room is definitely bigger than China, not to mention that we live in a rural area. If it is Manhattan in New York, it is much darker than China. Beijing is much better than it. Little guy, you are being modest, said the eldest sister. Of course, we must learn to be modest now, lest someone starts to say that I'm showing off my wealth again. Zhao Jixi raised his eyebrows and looked at the second sister with a face that said, I'm not talking about you. Stinky boy, you just deserve a beating. The second sister snorted and was about to take action. No, lady, I will take you to see the treasure land. Zhao Jixi saw his parents looking at him and stopped joking. He said something serious. What are you looking at? Indoor swimming pool. You kept talking about it when we were video chatting. When Xianshan was swimming, you still had a face full of resentment. You almost wanted to pull your daughter out and run into the video yourself. How could I? The second sister would of course not admit this embarrassing thing. Don't say you didn't. Your face at that time. I turned on the recording function in the video. I pay attention to evidence. Zhao Jixi looked at him proudly and said, "Ah, brat, I think you must be punished today. Too proud." The second sister pulled up her sleeves in anger and looked at the eldest sister. "Eldest sister, we must teach him a lesson today. He is really outrageous now." "Yes, we must teach him a lesson," the eldest sister also said with a smile. Then the two women, looking like female hooligans, laughed and rubbed their palms. Zhao Jixi was speechless. He took his two sisters to his indoor swimming pool. His daughter and niece had already gone out to play. 1K had just finished playing and went to play with the tortoise. This big guy's much smarter now and more spiritual than when he first came. Without the two girls telling him, it would notice squat so that they could get on its back. Zhao Jixi looked out the window and stopped worrying. There were bodyguards and nannies watching not far away, so he didn't have to worry about these things. There was still a lot of sunlight shining down on the swimming pool under the glass. The blue water was crystal clear, and there were two air-cushioned chairs floating on it. The water was also very clean. It seemed that the servants at home were very attentive. It was just that there was some carelessness, and there were some unsightly things placed in the corners. Some bath towels were placed randomly, and had not been tidied up. It was probably used by the old lady when she came to swim last time. The nanny didn't tidy them up either. Zhao Jixi frowned secretly when he saw it. It seems that we need to invite a special housekeeper. This family needs someone to take care of it. If my parents come here and see these things, they will not be able to help. Zhao Jixi invited two people to come here to enjoy themselves, not to ask them to help. If there is a housekeeper, then he will definitely do a very good job. There will definitely be no sloppy things left in these corners, and he can also take care of his parents in all aspects. Yes. Find a housekeeper quickly. Zhao, what are you talking about? The second sister was already sitting by the swimming pool, pulled up her pants, and put her legs into the swimming pool. Yeah, what housekeeper? Do you want to find a housekeeper? The eldest sister also asked. She just picked up the bath towel on the side and put it away. Zhao Jixi's face was a little twitchy when he saw it. It was indeed the woman of the old Zhao family, the virtuous eldest sister. He glanced at the second sister. Did his parents pick this thing up outside? This is even more cunning than his younger brother. Could it be that they just look alike? Oh, aren't your parents here with you guys? You know mom's personality. She can't help but do something when she sees something. My villa is so big, and if mom wants to do some renovations, she will be exhausted. I plan to hire a housekeeper. I guarantee that, even if mom wants to do something, she will know how to do it better than the housekeeper. She looked at the eldest sister, as if she felt burdened by her. I'm used to it. If I don't do something, I always feel like I have nothing to do, said the eldest sister. We are all mothers, but there are still big differences, Zhao Jixi said with emotion. Don't say these useless things. I'm immune to all poisons. The second sister led the way directly to the template. By the way, if you hire a housekeeper, is it the same as the ones on TV, wearing a suit and looking handsome? You've watched too many TV dramas. I will never hire a young handsome guy. Even if there is one, I won't hire one. Zhao Jixi said affirmatively. Also, sister, you are also married. Be reserved. Don't be a fangirl. He rolled his eyes at the second sister. This girl is just too smart. The eldest sister thought silently for a while and nodded in agreement. Okay, mom is also a person of this age. Don't let her worry too much about the family and outside. Your place is so big, she will probably have backaches if she is busy. It's better to hire a housekeeper. Okay, that's it. Zhao Jixi clapped his hands and said. Then he picked up the phone and called Dale. This kid is now the president of a headhunting company. He helped Zhao Jixi recruit a lot of people. He may not be able to recruit a housekeeper, but at least he knows which companies are good at recruiting housekeepers. Dale chatted with Zhao Jixi for a few words and listened to him talk about some requirements. After thinking for a while, He replied, I will send you the information by email later, and you can tell them your requirements. According to my experience, British butlers are the most gentlemanly and professional. Of course, this is just my personal suggestion, and it is only for your reference. Okay, thank you, Zhou said. After the call, he turned around and looked at his two sisters. Okay, it's done. So fast? The second sister asked. Professional things should be done by professionals. I just make a phone call and someone will solve it. Zhou said easily. Sister, this society has a division of labor. You can't do everything by yourself. As a wealthy class, the most professional thing for me is of course to spend money and create vitality for society. What a class. The second sister said disdainfully. Don't, you are not in this class now. Although there are highs and lows among the rich, you are at least a wealthy class. Compared with the middle class, your wealth is much higher. Zhou said with a smile. Okay, I know you're awesome. The second sister rolled her eyes at him. This guy sometimes just likes to show off. Speaking of the butler, Zhou remembered that he had watched Feng Xiaogang's movie before. I remember that the big bowl had a deep impact on him. If you don't buy the best, buy the most expensive. It's really the most realistic portrayal. There is also a line in it. There is a British butler standing in the building, wearing a wig, the kind of gentleman. When the owner walks in, no matter if there is something or not, he has to say to him, may he help you, sir, with an authentic British London accent. It's very impressive. This really suits his personality. What a loss. Why didn't I think of getting a senior butler before? Zhou patted himself. He was indeed a grassroots person. This is a must-have for the rich, but he only thought of assistants and secretaries. Can't he be more upright? After visiting the villa, everyone was a little hungry. The family had already prepared food. The old lady cooked a few dishes by herself, and also cooked a few southern dishes. I think Zhao's father, Zhao's mother and others will like them. When the family saw it, they all thought that the old lady was thoughtful. There was another round of greetings and thanks. Sometimes these words are really useless and quite nonsense. But sometimes if you don't say these words, it would be even more inappropriate. In addition, these nonsense are still useful. At least it can deepen the communication among everyone. Chatting a few more sentences will make you familiar with each other. If everyone keeps silent, it will be very uncomfortable. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 668, Unpredictable Events. The day passed quickly, and it was another early morning. Zhou got up early. He reversed the time difference in the space yesterday. Dad, mom and sisters, I guess they have to sleep in today. They were in good spirits last night. They almost slept on the plane. In addition, they were a little excited, so they slept very late at night and talked to Zhou about a lot of things. He wouldn't think it was strange if they slept until the afternoon today. The curtains in the room were very light-proof. If you don't open them, you can't tell whether it is day or night. Zhou also reminded the nanny not to call them so that his family can have a good rest. In the morning, it was still his set meal. He ate a lot of eggs and drank a can of milk to supplement a lot of protein and nutrition. Zhou always thought that the taste of raw eggs was strange, but that was only for feed chickens. For finely raised chickens, the spicy taste of eggs is actually very light, but there is a sweet fragrance after eating. Now it is the eggs in his space. The taste is very suitable for eating, and it tastes a bit like jelly when you eat them one by one. He ate more than 20 eggs in one breath, and then drank a big cup of milk. His big stomach is no longer news, but he hopes that the housekeeper who will come to work here in the future will not be too surprised. The amount of food he showed is still within the acceptable range of people, which gives people the impression that this person really eats a lot, really can eat, and is definitely a big eater. He went out for running, boxing, etc., and then practiced boxing with the old lady. The old lady is getting better and better now. Compared with when he first met her, she seems to be much better. According to the current level, Zhou estimated that it is definitely not difficult for his master to live to more than 100 years old. It is estimated that he will still be able to move well by then. Grandpa who adopted Niu happened to go out to visit friends the day before. So when Zhou came back, he was surprised that he didn't see that grandfather. But does he still have friends in the United States? Zhou did sit-ups and began to seriously think about the old man. In the United States, he seems to only know Mr. Jin. Didn't the gang member tell him that it's best not to communicate with the old man? Why is he sticking to him now? The question in his mind made him lose focus. Zhou sped up his movements and quickly finished the sit-ups. He waved to the bodyguards on duty nearby and called the consultants of the security company to ask. I guess Zhou would know more about this matter. Not long after, his Arab bodyguard Cecil came over. What's going on? I've received the news through the mole below. Cecil nodded. In fact, the Chinese United Association, where Zhou is located, has always had a black background. It's just that these are old gangs, a group of people who have mixed well, and they have rules and intentions to clean up their own messes. And they also have businesses and other industries, and now they are involved in politics. It can be said that they are no longer ordinary gangs. The Chinese United Association really needs such people to serve. These rich people still need people to do some dirty work. Which organization are they from? Zhou asked. They are a branch of the Shanghai gang. They are not the same group of people as the Shanghai gang we are in contact with. They came later and have united with other Asians. According to the information from the mole, they are actually an East Asian gang with a very complex membership. There are many Japanese, Koreans, South Koreans, Chinese, Vietnamese, Lao, etc. So mixed. Can this group of people still survive? Zhou was really curious. This kind of black organization actually prefers people with simple backgrounds, preferably from the same hometown or the same region. People with the same background are the most cohesive and combative. Once the members become complicated, these more or less internal conflicts can make them drink a pot, and the differences in customs, habits, and values will also cause them to have more conflicts. In fact, they are still doing pretty well. Cecil said. What? They are actually a military structure. The first batch of members consisted of members of the original Shanghai gang and Asian soldiers who smuggled into the United States. Cecil said, this group of people has high combat effectiveness and strong unity. They quickly occupied a piece of territory outside Chinatown. It is not big or small, but the profit is very lucrative. For decades, they still occupy that piece of territory, neither expanding nor shrinking. Now they are the third generation. The original older generation has gradually retired and formed an organization similar to the Elders Council. There are many organizations under it. The members are very organized and will not absorb new members at will. Most of them are the next generation of the original old members. Oh. Zhou nodded. He didn't care much about it. It was just a small organization. There was no need to win them over, and there was no need to be afraid. What is the relationship between my gatekeeper and them? Who? He has contact with Mr. Jin. According to the news, he seems to know the members of their elders council. It is said that they may be comrades in arms. Cecil reported. I didn't expect this old man to have connections with the black organization. It's true that we can't underestimate people. But what is this East Asian gang planning to do? They even bothered to contact Mr. Husabing. Zhou couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He left it to his subordinates to figure out. Go investigate it and see if there is any threat. Okay, boss. Cecil nodded and turned away. With his big beard and a shabby outfit, he would definitely be mistaken for a Middle Eastern terrorist. Zhou was still doing a handstand, but his hands were no longer supported by his palms, but by 3 fingers. His whole body was standing vertically. From a distance, it was really a beauty of strength and skill, shining under the sun, and it looked so dazzling. After finishing his morning exercise, he went to take a shower. When he came out, the old lady was already eating breakfast elegantly in the restaurant. After greeting her, he sat down at his seat and picked up his knife and fork to eat. Are your parents still resting? Yeah. They slept a little late yesterday, so it's a good time for them to adjust to the time difference. They probably won't wake up until noon today. Zhao Jixi took a bite and said, yeah. That's good. People who are old and have children should take care of their bodies. After all, health is the most important thing. The old lady said, talk to your family in the afternoon, and I'll see them and adjust their bodies. Yeah. Thank you, master. Zhao Jixi was grateful. After all, this person has his own expertise. The old lady's medical skills are first class, and her health preserving methods are even more powerful. Even if he has a space, many things are not useful, just by relying on the magic inside. The best is to have a reasonable amount, not too much or too little, which is the most suitable for the body. The old lady said that there is no need to be so polite. They are all family, and it should be. Master, have you learned about Mr. Hu's affairs recently? Zhao Jixi asked. After all, he has not been staying on the farm all the time recently, and he doesn't know much about many things. I have learned a little about Hu siblings' affairs, but I don't know much about the East Asian gang. Their members are very diverse, but they are very conservative to the outside world. There are not many people who deal with them in the Huai Federation, so I don't know much about what's going on inside. Oh. Zhao Jixi responded with a long tone. But I guess it may be related to something you did recently. The old lady said. What I did recently? Zhao Jixi understood it all at once. The things related to Chinatown are not the Chinatown renovation project. There are many things involved. The most important thing is the planning of the constituency and the right to speak. The remaining few things are also important. One is to get votes for Jerry Brown, and the second is to make political achievements, which are the bargaining chips for trading, and then the most important economic benefits. After these things are done, his influence will be further expanded, which will also add bargaining chips for him to join the presidential advisory group in a few years. According to the route designed by the think tank, it will be difficult for Obama not to notice him. After all, with the awakening of Chinese and Asian Americans, the votes they account for cannot be underestimated. Maybe it will be the last weight on the scale, the last piece of the puzzle to win the opponent. As a politician, votes should never be underestimated. However, these have little to do with the small gang. They are insignificant, but Zhao Jixi will not underestimate them. The story of the iron nail on the horse hoof tells him that it is better to be careful. I will check it out. Zhao Jixi must say. They are all small characters. Don't let them cause unnecessary losses to yourself. The old lady said. I will pay attention. Breakfast is over, and things have to be dealt with. He was a little unhappy that Hu Sibing, the adopter of Niu, had caused him trouble. Isn't it better to stay on the farm and go on vacation when you have time? Why get involved with this kind of people? Isn't it just adding trouble? He was checking the news here, a nation area not far from Chinatown. In a Chinese-style restaurant, there were several old people and middle-aged people sitting at this time, and there were many young people guarding outside. If Zhao Jixi saw two of them, he would definitely recognize them. One is Hu Sibing, the old man Hu, and the other one is the old man surnamed Jin. Brother, I didn't expect it was really you. After decades, we can still meet again. It's really fate given by God. An old man with one eye said with emotion. Yes. After I heard what Brother Jin said, I hoped it was you. I didn't expect it to be true. Old man who was also very emotional. I was captured that year, but fortunately they didn't kill me, so I lived in the enemy area. I didn't expect that I would come to the United States and build this family business with a few brothers. You are not easy. The people who are still alive that year are probably only the three of us brothers. Now the platoon leader is also lying in the hospital. Hey, things are unpredictable, said old man Hu. Chapter 869. Several old men exchanged pleasantries with each other. The middle-aged people beside them were not impatient. Even if they were, they had already hidden it deeply. By the way, Sibing, are you working for that Mr. Zhou? Mr. Jin suddenly asked Mr. Hu. Well, the old man is indebted to him, and is now working for him. Hu Sibing said. He did not say much about the details. Anyway, the other party did not ask so detailed questions, so why should he tell everything? That's a blessing. It seems that brother Hu will have a good life in the second half of his life. Old man Jin said. It's also fate. Mr. Hu said. Brother, you don't know how powerful Mr. Zhou is. He protects you. This is a prophet. Don't talk nonsense. Brother Hu is not in our business. An old man next to him frowned and said. What prophet or not? Hu Sibing frowned. He didn't know that Zhao Jixi was also related to the black organization. From what they said, it seemed that he was involved in a lot. I know Zhao Jixi, he is a businessman. Is he also involved in this? Hu Sibing asked his old comrade. His expression was quite serious. This? The old man was silent for a while, not knowing whether to say it or not, but just looked at Hu Sibing's serious expression. Old brother, it seems that he can't be persuaded, so he said, I just heard it. I'm not sure if it's true or not. Brother, tell me, I'll also listen to it from the side. I will judge what kind of person he is. Old man Hu Sibing said. He didn't say anything about Zhao Jixi at the beginning, but talked about some recent situations. Recently, the gangs in Chinatown have begun to be chaotic. I heard that the previously shelved Chinatown reconstruction plan is going to be launched. Several large local gangs have reached an agreement with the force and are now driving away small gangs. Those who follow will prosper, and those who go against will perish. Except for Old Man Hu, other gang members looked a little bitter. Even the people in the US Police Department are siding with those gangs, and capital forces are involved. The most obvious one is the Federation, composed of wealthy Chinese people, which is equivalent to the chaebols in the United States. They are pushing the ball behind the scenes, and according to the government plan, the reconstruction of the area in the future will be carried out by the company with mainly Chinese capital. Old man Hu Sibing did not interrupt him, but just listened carefully. His half-life experience had enabled him to hear a lot from it. They have control over the upper and lower chains, and most importantly, most of those who have suffered losses this time are not their people, and that Mr. Zhao is one of the main members of the Chinese Federation. He is also a member of the campaign committee of the California governor candidate, and is good friends with the mayor of San Francisco and the police chief. The companies owned by the senior executives of the Chinese Federation are now showing obvious movements. They have given a lot of preferential treatment and benefits to some people in Chinatown, and these people are now helping Jerry Brown canvass votes among the Chinese and Asian people, the old man said, turning his face to Mr. Hu. They are people from the upper class, and will not do these low-level jobs themselves. But there are people who help them do it. Now, several gangs in Chinatown look independent, but in fact they have already united with them, as well as government departments. Capitalists can corrupt a lot of people with US dollars. The public support rate of the old governor, Jerry Brown, has been getting higher and higher, and this Mr. Zhou has made great contributions. Hey, brother, you see we are doing well now. In fact, in the eyes of those capitalists, we are just data. If we die, we die. There is nothing to care about. People die every day in San Francisco's Chinatown. Have you seen any reports? No. Without waiting for Mr. Hu to speak, he said, these dead people, these rich people don't care at all. The transformation of Chinatown is a cake worth billions of dollars. The one-eyed old man spoke very scattered, one thing and another. But Mr. Hu had already heard what he meant, and couldn't tell whether it was right or wrong. Is Zhao Jixi colluding with the black organization? No, he is just working for him. The dirty things of collusion between officials and businessmen here are even more excessive in China. I didn't expect him to be such an influential person. I thought he was just a rich young man. Now it seems that my eyesight is really bad. Mr. Hu shook his head and said, I saw a large group of bodyguards in his farm. All of them were armed with guns. This young man is quite legendary among the Chinese. This is no longer a secret. Now many young people who know him admire him very much. To be able to form alliances with him to this extent, it is really not something that ordinary people can do. The one-eyed old man said with emotion. Yes, I heard that he is also a great pharmacist. Some of the things that can cure diseases and keep the body healthy that are circulated in the upper class came from him. I was lucky enough to light that medicinal incense together at someone's house once. The effect is really amazing. Mr. Jin also started to talk. While talking about Zhao Jixi's affairs, he had already begun to investigate the relationship between them. Nothing happens without reason in the human race. There will always be something, otherwise, could it be for some old comrade in arms? He doesn't believe this. It was already afternoon. As he expected, his parents had woken up. He lit some medicinal incense in their room at night. When he saw the two of them today, they looked radiant, having swept away yesterday's fatigue. They spoke with full energy. The two children woke up, but they were still a little dazed. The eldest and second sisters were still dawdling, dressing themselves up. Zhou was a little confused. They were at home, why were they still dressing up? It was not until they took out their mobile phones and took pictures of each other that he finally understood that women really would not do useless things. Have a good sleep. Zhou greeted everyone with a smile and arranged everyone to take their seats. He held his daughter, who was still a little dazed, and Qianshan wanted him to hold her, even though she didn't want to, so he held her with his left hand and put the two children in their seats. I'll show you around the farm this afternoon and teach you how to ride horses so you can play on your own in the future. Otherwise, if you just walk, you'll have to walk around the farm for half a day and you may not be able to have fun. You're just showing off how big your farm is. Everyone knows how big the farm is, you little brat. The second sister said with disdainful joke. Okay, I guessed it again. Zhou said haha, that's it. The arrogant second sister. Eat, eat, even this dish can't stop you from eating. Chapter 870, Learning to Ride a Horse. The sky on the farm is still as blue as ever, and the air quality index is much better than that in domestic cities. In particular, Zhou farm is also irrigated with space water, and the greening element of the plants are more vigorous, so it is normal for the air quality index to increase. The old lady took her interested mother to her glass greenhouse. Zhou took a few people to learn horse riding. His father was very interested in this, and so were his eldest sister and second sister. In the past, when they were in the scenic area, they spent money to play for a while, and they didn't feel much at all, except for a few more photos afterwards. Boss, this is the horse you want. Each one is a gentle gentleman and lady. Several cowgirls led several horses, and said to him with a smile, wow, this horse looks very tall. It's completely different from the one we rode in the scenic area before. It's so beautiful. The eldest sister walked to the side of the horse and touched its fur and said, when he came, he had already told them all the necessary things, such as not to stand behind the horse, so that if you get kicked, you will basically break several ribs. Several people listened and nodded repeatedly, indicating that they remembered. Mom, uncle. A voice from a distance made several people look over. These two kids have already ridden, and we are still touching the fur. The second sister said depressedly. Niu and Qianshan were riding on the back of the tortoise, but the speed of the tortoise was really slow. Several people had been here for a while, and they just came over. It was just that the children had mounts, but they didn't. This reality was really uncomfortable. Zhou, hurry up and teach us how to ride. Don't dawdle. I still want to ride a horse. Let us live freely in the world, ride a horse, and share the prosperity of the world. The second sister sang. After speaking to Jay Chou, everyone's face changed. Is this child their daughter, sister, younger sister? It's so embarrassing. You can't rush this thing. You have to learn the precautions first, then master a little bit of theory, and finally be able to ride it safely. And this is just the beginning. At that time, you can ride a horse slowly, which means you are already a good rider. If you want to ride a horse, you can only think about it. Don't use your standards to measure me. I'm the legendary genius. This joke is so cold. Zhou said to the eldest sister. Yeah. The eldest sister nodded in agreement and added, and it's not funny at all. Riding a horse or chatting. Dad has already started to sit on the horse with the help of the cowboy. When he was in the army, he really rode a horse, but it was too long ago, and he had almost forgotten what he should have forgotten. He still had to slowly get back to that feeling, but compared to the two daughters who had no foundation, he was definitely a master standing on the top of the mountain. Dad, you are riding it now? The second sister asked curiously. I rode it when I was in the army before. It was a Mongolian pony, not as big as this one. Dad tightened the reins, and his body could not keep too balanced. Now I don't have the feel. The second sister watched as her father spoke, and he was able to get the quarter horse to walk. Although he was still a little stiff and the reins were a little tight, at least at the beginning, he was much better than them. Dad, you are so amazing. I suddenly have a feeling of admiration for you, the second sister said loudly. What are you admiring? I haven't reached that level yet. I will tell you the tricks when I get familiar with riding. Dad held both hands, not daring to take out one hand, and said coolly, leaving only his back to them. Zhao Jixi blew a whistle himself, and Zhu Feng ran over and rode on it very coolly. Compared with the embarrassing appearance when he was just learning, he is much more cool now. He also put on arm guards on his arms to let the eagle stay in a position later. You should learn some basics from the cowboys first. I will take a ride and come back after Zhu Feng. He held the reins with one hand and waved with the other hand. Zhao, you little brat. He just slipped away so handsomely. I want to be that handsome too. I also want to learn to ride a horse, the second sister said with envy and jealousy. Dad looked at Zhao Jixi's back with a nostalgic look on his face. He remembered that he was also so handsome back then. Now he is old, and time is unforgiving. Kai. Zhao Jixi blew a long whistle, which triggered another chirping sound. The mighty figure of the Black Princess was already vaguely visible, waving her wings and flying towards him. After a while of gliding, she spread her wings and stopped suddenly and landed on his raised arm. This kid is really good at pretending to be handsome. Dad looked at him with envy, but thinking about the appearance of the Black Princess, he probably had no chance. Fortunately, there are still a few, which are no worse than the Black Princess, especially the female monkey-eating eagle named Joan of Arc, which looks very big. We have to ask that boy to talk about it. It's also very good to get a monkey-eating eagle. Take a photo and go back. Those people will be so jealous. Haha. Dad can also yai. Fortunately, it is based on reality. At least his son can help him realize what he wants. The eldest and second sisters can only learn how to get on the horse, how to protect themselves, and how to get off the horse with depression. After learning these, they can start riding and walking, so that even if there is an accident, they can solve it by themselves. This stinky boy. The second sister looked at him from a distance and said viciously, Papa, hurry up, Dad can't see it. Niu looked at her mount, the tortoise, and patted the tortoise shell to ask it to go faster. The tortoise sounded very anthropomorphic, as if rolling its eyes. It felt like it was saying, you carry a shell on your back and sit on a person, hurry up and show it to you. You run so slowly, it seems that Papa you have to eat meat. Niu's thinking changes very quickly. Yes, you have to eat meat. Dad said that eating meat is nutritious. Come on, I'll give you meat when we get home tonight. Yes. The tortoise responded with a strange cry. It can eat meat, but it's not a staple food. The pace really seemed to have accelerated a lot, at least at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it had opened up a little distance from Xianshan's mount behind. And Xianshan was really not in a hurry at all. She carried a small school bag behind her, which contained a lot of food. She ate one herself and gave it to a tortoise who turned around. The two guys looked very leisurely. The little guy was also very interesting. He drew animations on the tortoise's back, the son, grandpa, grandma, dad, mom, uncle, sister, brother. The picture was very lively and the animation was very unrestrained. If Zhao Jixi saw it, he would definitely think that his niece had the potential to be a Fauvist painter. This effect, this smiling face with fangs, is not something that ordinary people can draw. Behind these two little guys is a more casual Seiya. This guy is wearing a cowboy hat, riding a tortoise, and holding a bamboo pole. In front of him is a carrot produced in space, which exudes an attractive aroma to seduce the tortoise. If you don't take the steering wheel seriously, don't expect to drive well. The swaying carrot makes the tortoise walk here and there. Although it has speed, it is still at the bottom of the list. Seiya is just killing time, and doesn't care at all. It has been very leisurely recently, and he likes it very much. I remember watching the animal world and seeing the life of the same kind. It found that its life was really envied by the gorillas. But why are their stomachs so big? It doesn't look good at all. When Seiya thought of this, he also looked at his muscular stomach and touched it proudly. It looks really beautiful. Recently, it has shaved its hair a little shorter. Compared with those people, it always feels superior. Even Zhou had to sigh that there are indeed gorillas who exercise. This development trend is extraordinary. Originally, all gorillas have a big belly, and of course Saiyan has one too, but it looks much smaller. And that side is also full of muscles. It looks a little smaller than its peers, but it is more intimidating and flexible. At least it can still climb trees very flexibly now, but those gorillas who have grown up may not be able to climb trees. The boxing skills taught to it by the old lady are now practiced to a certain extent. With one punch, the sandbag can fly high. Looking at the bodyguards, almost all of them walked around with it closed, especially the bodyguards who had teased Saiyan. If this punch hits the body, I don't know how many ribs will be broken. The leisurely atmosphere is most serious on Saiyan and Shianshan. Niu is still urging her to climb faster. This tragic tortoise really wants to install a rabbit leg for himself. Nima, the old tortoise is so fast. If you have the guts, go ride a rabbit. The angry tortoise. Kill the one that runs fast. Kill the one that runs fast. The eldest sister and the second sister were already communicating with the horses, and the cowgirl lifted their buttocks so that they could sit on them. The eldest sister sat on it steadily, and the second sister got on this side, and then staggered, as if she was going to fall from the other side. The cowgirl quickly pulled and stabilized the second sister. Finally, I'm riding on it. The second sister breathed a sigh of relief, and seeing that the eldest sister had taken 2 steps, she also tightened her legs. Second sister, take a picture for me. The eldest sister, wearing sunglasses and a cowboy hat on her head, said to the second sister excitedly. The second sister said angrily, what are you taking pictures of? I dare not let go of my hand. Hold your butt steady, squeeze your legs together, and you will be steady. As she said that, she had already taken out her hand. Look, that's it. Look, it's actually very simple. As long as you master the trick, you will understand it immediately. Go back and tell your students. I won't listen to your teachings. The second sister said with envy and jealousy. I mean well, look at you. You are just narrow-minded. Good. The eldest sister understood that it was kind, but even the second sister could see from her expression that she was just proud. The genetic genes of the old Zhou family are really correct, but some people are dominant, such as the second sister and Zhou, and some people are recessive, and the eldest sister is definitely one of them. Chapter 871. Things about Zhou's family. Zhou took Zhu Feng for a run, and let Black Princess go out hunting in the middle. So when he returned to the horse farm, he had a wild rabbit in his hand. The Black Princess on his arm was very noble, cleaning her feathers, and the slightly bloody claws showed the bloodiness that should have been there. Zhou, your sculpture is good. Dad, who was already able to walk very steadily on the horse, said enviously when he saw Zhou coming back. It was comfortable to hear this, and Zhou said happily, that's right, I cultivated Black Princess with my heart, and it would be a shame for all the efforts I spent if it's not good. This kid. Dad muttered to himself, by the way, when you came here, didn't you say that there were a few more for me to try? Why didn't I see them today? Damn, I just forgot. Zhou said embarrassedly. Dad, he was just busy playing by himself and left you aside. The second sister hugged the horse's neck, struggling to maintain her balance, and did not forget to continue to apply eye drops to Zhou. How could that be possible? Don't listen to my second sister's nonsense. He said quickly, I've been out for a long time, and I want to take a walk. It's running too wild. Oh, by the way, I'll call the general and Joan of Arc, as well as the knight and the lady, and you can take a look, and try to see which one is close to you. Zhou said, in fact, as long as you have patience, and communicate with them more every day, they will basically come when you whistle in the future. You just have to let them recognize the corresponding whistle, and there is also a public whistle. Yes. Dad listened very seriously. Zhou saw that compared to the small plane, this eagle seemed to be more attractive to Dad. Didn't he even miss the small plane we talked about yesterday? If he only misses this eagle, if he still can't see it, then he has lived in vain. Go on, I want to learn more about it. Dad Zhou said quickly when he saw his son stop. That will take a while. I'll blow them all over first and train them on the spot. It will be more effective than anything I say. Dad listened and nodded repeatedly and said, yes, practice is the hard truth. Well, this classic saying has come out, which shows that Dad likes it. Zhou quickly blew a whistle, which is a public number. In addition to each of his eagles having a unique whistle code, there is also a public one, which will fly to his side when it is blown. Others such as attacking and circling, have special whistles or actions to indicate. Not long after, under the expectation of Dad, 4 eagles flew over, and one was circling in the air. They began to land in order, all after Zhou raised his arms. They fell down, and then Zhou put them on the ground one by one. Otherwise if they rode on Zhu Feng's head, this kid would get angry. Oh my god, this really looks like that. So cool. The second sister couldn't help but sigh on the side. Uncle is great. Uncle is great. Xianshan clapped her hands and said, Dad is so awesome. The daughter looked even more admiring. Zhou and Seiya didn't care about his carrots, and directly gave them to the tortoise, that had been waiting for a long time. He clapped his hands to congratulate his master, looking very servile. Unfortunately, Zhou enjoyed it very much, and waved his hands complacently, to signal those who applauded him. This tortoise obviously didn't drink enough space water, or his brain was naturally slow. The several tortoises raised by Zhou family have become smart now. Seiya's childish tricks have long been ineffective, which means that they are used on it every time. I have to say, this tortoise is really, it should take more medicine. Even New's mount, Papa, looked at the tortoise with disdain. Xianshan's one, on the other hand, looked so embarrassing that it was really unbearable to look at, but she still happily ate a grape that slipped out of Xianshan's hand. Well, it's delicious. The two cowgirls also applauded him, and Zhou raised his hat to express his gratitude. The two women couldn't help but laugh. It's a pity that he is just so-so, otherwise Zhou would be happier, and he might say grass by the nest in his heart. Okay, you're still showing off, you little brat. Dad couldn't stand the jealousy anymore, so he got off the horse, and wanted to get close to the 4 eagles on the ground. The eagles standing on the ground were as high as his thighs. The feathers were very thick and shiny, with sharp beaks and claws, and they looked like sharp weapons. Then Zhou could only help his father deal with these eagles. First, he looked at which one was easier to bully and let it get close to his father. Fortunately, they all gave face, and were much more honest than the Black Princess. What I didn't expect was that the general was a bit soft and quickly surrendered to his father. As his father touched his head and feathers, he didn't do anything radical. The happy father almost couldn't close his mouth, and kept laughing. Then Joan of Arc, the knight, the lady, etc., couldn't resist Zhou stick, and could only get close to Zhao's father. Especially when Zhou sharp eyes kept staring at them, any eagle would be unable to bear it, after watching for a long time. Even Zhao's father and 2 sisters felt that the temperature around them had dropped a lot, and there was a chill. It was also at this time that they found that their son, brother, was no longer the same person as before. Now he looked more mature and complex. Especially Zhao's father, the momentum of his son, he seemed to feel it vaguely from the old leaders and old comrades. It's just that his son's is sharper and more violent, and the people he met tend to be more heavy and imposing. He couldn't say what it was like, and there were several kinds of feelings. Anyway, there was such a feeling. It's true that he has grown up, and it seems that he is doing well outside. Zhao's father secretly sighed at the changes in his son. He felt relieved for no reason. His son could take care of himself, and was no longer a bird that needed his care. He could rest assured, and spend the rest of his life well. Dad, remember, the one with a little yellow edge is the knight, and the one with a little black is the lady. Try calling them a few times, and give them some food. They will respond to you when they get used to it. As he said that, Zhou gave his father the small strips of meat he prepared. Okay, I'll remember it later. Dad agreed excitedly. Zhou nodded and continued, this is a medium rare chicken strip with a little pepper and salt added to it, and the skin has a bit of a burnt smell. This lady likes this taste more. He took out another one and said, this is a medium rare veal strip, which Joan of Arc likes more. It's a little spicy. This girl likes it hotter. And this one, it's chicken and veal with a little salad dressing, ketchup and hot sauce. The general has a more diverse taste, but he prefers sweet food, but it's better to add some spicy flavor. I guess he thinks spicy food is not bad. He motioned for the general to come to his arm and said, "This brat used to like to steal things from other eagles, but later he liked food with a little sweetness. But it's best not to feed it fried food with a spicy taste, especially hamburgers. If you're unlucky, it will have diarrhea. Besides, the whole eagle will not look very good then. As for the night, just be casual. This kid can eat anything, and his appetite is the best among the others. But don't make it too sweet, or he will vomit after eating too much sweet. It's best not to give it too much cheese, butter, etc. Otherwise it will not only vomit, but also have diarrhea. He had diarrhea after eating too much sweet in the past, so he is a little afraid of eating too much sweet and will vomit. But sometimes, if you secretly eat cheese, if there is no one around, he will definitely secretly eat all the cheese with the meat strips, and finally run to drink a lot of water. Then, don't think about it flying away, then you will see an eagle that is not much different from a chicken. Also, it can't be too salty. It likes the meat strips to have salt grains on the outside. Don't use iodized salt, or it can taste it. The best is coarse salt and medium rare frog meat strips, which are its favorite. If you like it, you can make some food for it, but it's a bit troublesome, and American nannies don't make frogs. If you make it often, this kid might get along with you. The father was already in a daze after listening to all this, and he mechanically took the bag his son gave him. Each one had their name written on it, clearly written on it. After a while, he said, "These eagles are really particular about what they eat. People have their own preferences, and animals are no exception. Using violence blindly is not the best way to cooperate. It is best to make them feel happy. That is the most correct way." Zhou said this as if he had a lot of experience. You are happy to play with them, but you have to give them some benefits to make them happy too. The father nodded unconsciously, but he always felt that something was wrong in the middle. And this is also good. Now they will at least not eat food casually outside. In the future, they will not be poisoned by people, and they will not be infected with bacteria or something because of predation. Asking them to hunt has also become a playful activity. In addition, they have food and drink, which will deepen their belonging and reduce the possibility of them leaving. It really makes sense. Zhou's father explained to his son how to explain it. It feels that the somewhat wasteful feeding behavior seems to have become really important. Yes, it is indeed necessary. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. He was able to get away with it. He had a bit of an avo-rich mentality. The pet's food was provided by the nanny. He also observed them on purpose and had a little understanding of their hobbies. This made his command more flexible and energetic. Chapter 872, Mom and the Old Lady. After Zhou finished teaching these, he also started to say other things. Normally, if you want to communicate with them, don't be responsible for feeding them pills and vitamins. These guys eat very diligently, and when they take medicine, they act like they are being asked to do something. They also need to take medicine? Dad said in surprise. Are there any problems with these eagles? No, we are just taking some precautions. Zhou looked at him with a look that made him feel at ease. Your son is a biologist after all. Although animal biology is not my specialty, I know a lot about it. I have given them physical examinations. In the natural environment, these eagles can only grow that big, perhaps for various reasons. But if they don't have to worry about food, and in an environment without natural enemies, can they grow better? The answer is of course yes. They are still lacking some necessary vitamins now. This is what we need to supplement artificially in order to enhance their resistance and growth. I will write a paper for my tutor later, and I will also give you a simplified version that is easy to understand so that you can understand it. Oh. Dad nodded in response, looking like he was really amazing. Several family members looked at Zhou differently. He is now a graduate student at Stanford, or to be more precise, a candidate for graduate school, the top biology school in the United States. He is no longer the same kid who used to mess around. Well, knowledge is power, learning more is good. Dad said with regret, I really should have asked you to study more. I just didn't push you hard enough, so I didn't discover your potential. Zhao Jixi laughed dryly. It's a good thing you didn't find out. If it were based on my simple brain, with the genes you inherited from me, I really wasn't good at studying. If there were genes for studying, I guess they would have been given to my older sisters. Didn't you see that they were all top students? I really can't do that. Everyone has their own destiny. If I really go to school, I might not have the life I have now. What do you think? The father felt that what his son said was right. Look at this farm. Look at this villa. Look at everything around here. We have money. We have money. Why should we study? That's true. You can't get rich by studying hard. There are not many people in China who can really make a name for themselves. It's good like this now. It's good like this. But you are also very good. You know how to enrich yourself. As a father, I really didn't expect this. Dad, isn't this what you often say? You can learn until you die. I always think that with my current wealth, even if I don't do anything, I can enjoy it for several lifetimes. But it seems like a rootless duckweed. I have no pursuit or meaning. People, when they are alive, they must live a good life and live out some meaning. Zhao Jixi has the idea of a rich man. If he really lives like a *** elk before, the meaning is simple. He has a house, a car, and medical insurance. He has a wife and a child, and doesn't need to be trained. Yeah, life is not short of money, but there is really something missing. Dad also sighed. The two fathers and sons are so sad, it's really speechless. The eldest sister and the second sister are not surprised at all why Jay Chou has so many problems. They are typically inherited from his father. In addition, they didn't teach him well, so it's not surprising that he has become like this now. But, my brother is still a little fickle. I don't know if my father is like this. If you look closely, my father is also quite attractive. He is not worse than those charming male actors in China. Compared with those Chen Daoming, Zhang Jiayi, Sun Hongli and the like, he looks much better. In addition, he has been taking good tonics recently, and his mood is good. His figure is getting better and better, and he is more and more temperamental. Riding a horse, wearing a cowboy hat and sunglasses, a whip in his hand, and long boots on his feet. He really looks heroic. In short, he is very handsome. Not to mention the two sisters, Menfifu and his son. My mother went to the greenhouse with Mrs. Yang. The glass house over there belongs to Jess. Zhao's. The old lady knew that this was one of Zhao Jixi's nicknames. Well, that's one of his laboratories. The part on the ground is not yet fully filled. It is used as a greenhouse to cultivate some special plants so that he can collect materials and data from time to time. There is also a part below, which is a more important research room, used to do some small experiments. Recently, he bought a farm and planted the truffles he researched and improved. They were born in this farm. I didn't expect this kid to be able to research things, the mother said with a little pride. Although she didn't know what truffles were, she was very encouraged to hear that her son had researched them. He is still very good, a very motivated child. I have seen the truffles he has stimulated to grow, and they look pretty good. But I don't know how they are when they are grown in the field. But compared to the results that others have studied for more than 10 years, he can improve better ones in a short period of time. This is his ability. The old lady also praised Zhao Jixi. This is a fact and there is no need to say more. After listening to my mother, she fell silent for a moment, and her eyes reddened a little. I didn't see it before. If we had known he was so talented, we would have definitely let him continue his studies, and he would have graduated by now. It's really a pity when I think about it. Sister, you are wrong to think so. It's not that you can succeed just by letting him study, or seeing that he has the ability. There are many external factors involved. For example, the simplest one now is that he is in a very relaxed state when doing experiments and reading. He just thinks this is a hobby of his, doing what he likes, easy and without pressure. So he can do very well and achieve what others can't. But if you force him to do it, and there are all kinds of pressures, maybe it will wear out his hobby. Without interest, he probably won't be able to do anything well. People are just so weird sometimes. After listening to my mother, I couldn't help but nodded. Her child still looked a little lazy. In the past, he would try not to do anything if he could, but he would try his best to do what he likes. Hearing you say that, it really makes sense. Mom also nodded. That's also thanks to him having a master like you. We have never seen the child get up so early before. Now he gets up regularly and exercises very well. Mom really didn't mean to flatter. Seeing her son's great body and the good work and rest habits he has developed now, he is completely different from before. She couldn't raise such a son. Instead, the old lady taught the child well. She really has to thank the old lady. In fact, there is no need to thank others. Zhou wanted to be lazy, so he slept well in the space first, and then came out. However, after so long of persistence, he has developed a little habit. If he is really lazy, there is still space, right? I don't deserve any thanks. It's fate that we can become master and apprentice. The old lady shook her head and said, I didn't plan to accept any apprentices in the rest of my life, but I didn't expect to meet Jess, so I passed on my family's skills. Oh. The mother was a little curious. The story of her son's apprenticeship told by his master was much more interesting than that of her own child. What other stories are there? Haha, there really are. The old lady also looked nostalgic. A year passed in the blink of an eye. After getting along with Zhou, I really didn't feel strange. On the contrary, it was as if I was familiar with him in the previous life. It can be regarded as a kind master and filial apprentice. Then tell me, my son used to be very naughty. Haha, that's not bad. The old lady smiled and motioned Zhao's mother to sit down. She went to her bookshelf like medicine incense to get some things, brewed a pot of hot tea, and poured a cup for her mother and herself. Speaking of which, our meeting was also an accident. I happened to be helping the police station at that time, and I didn't expect to meet Jess at that time. The mother was so surprised when she heard that old lady Yang was so good at fighting. She had heard her son talk about it before, but she just thought he was bragging. Now watching the old lady's light narration, she felt the truth in it. There was another shock in her heart. This little old lady was really, and she had underestimated her. The kid later found a lot of connections and found the place where I live. The old lady laughed as she said, to be honest, he is really persistent and sincere. Yes, I can't tell. The child has grown up and changed a lot. The mother also sighed. In fact, he said something that touched me the most. The old lady suddenly said, thinking about Zhou's rich style at that time, she really didn't mean to be disgusted. Oh, what did that kid say then? The old lady couldn't help but recall that day at sunset. A burly young man stood in front of her and said to her, I'll learn martial arts just to keep fit. I'm a billionaire, so why should I fight with others? Isn't this too embarrassing? A son of a wealthy family cannot sit in the hall. I really don't need to do that, and I'm not that stupid. Don't you think so? This way I won't hurt others with martial arts. Don't you think it's sincere and safe? The mother couldn't help laughing after listening. Haha, this kid really said enough. It makes sense. Yes, when a master teaches his disciples to learn martial arts, the most feared thing is that the disciples are brave and aggressive, make enemies indiscriminately, and break the rules with martial arts. In addition, when young people get angry and have some skills, they are likely to take action. Those who have kung fu are much better than ordinary people in injuring and killing people, and the social harm caused is also greater. The old lady couldn't help laughing as she said this. Not enough. When Jess said this, I realized it was true. Look at how clever this kid is. As long as he has perseverance, he can do it. And he definitely won't resort to violence. Chapter 873, Mom's Worship. The old lady said that she was happy, but she had some things in her heart that she didn't say. Fortunately, she used to be from a wealthy family, so she could understand some of Zhou's ideas. In fact, to put it bluntly, Zhou looked down on those people who practiced martial arts. He felt that he was of a different status than others. He was a person who made hundreds of thousands of dollars every minute, and a fraction of his assets was enough for those people to work hard for several lifetimes. He still fought with those mud legs. It would be embarrassing to say it out. He should just practice to keep fit. If he really wanted to fight with others, he could just use bodyguards. He was the son of a rich family, so he couldn't sit in the hall fighting. That would be really drunken. These were also the old lady's thoughts when she was young. Although her family was also a martial artist, they were rich and powerful. She was also young and energetic, and she had learned a lot of Western ideas. Everything was judged by capital, which made her look down on those martial artists, who could only do a few tricks. Until her family was broken up, and she was displaced, and she was a little older. After shedding the ignorance and naivety of her youth, she realized that her ideas were indeed a bit extreme. However, she did not prohibit her disciple from thinking this way. Martial arts are about practicing moves, but in fact, they are about learning the inheritance of spirit. He is still young now, and he is not brave and aggressive. When he gets older, he will probably change his mind. After all, this thing can only be understood intuitively. No matter how much you talk to him now, Zhou Jixi probably won't understand. In addition, it is now an era of hot weapons, and guns and cannons are more effective than your decades of kung fu practice. Kung fu, which was used to defend the country, and passed on from generation to generation, can now only be passed on as a cultural heritage. Let the future generations not forget it, not lose it, pass it on, and improve it, which is what she wants to do most in the contemporary era. It would be best if Zhou Jixi had a boy again, and she would let him practice kung fu from an early age. This is the most complete routine. Thinking about this, she suddenly realized that there were many ties and concerns in life, and she had to live for a few more decades. Now she is only over 80. According to her physical condition and maintenance, it is not a big problem to live to more than 100 years old. In addition, there are indeed health-preserving skills in the martial arts world, most of which are based on Taoism, and there are also many Huanglao schools. The old lady has nothing else but to live a long time, and she has a lot of rare books in her hands, most of which were collected during the turmoil in the Celestial Empire. Some of them have not been carefully read. Anyway, they were packed and brought back. Maybe I have to go to my own library and sort them out. The old lady left her home in her 30s and has been to countless places. Over the past 50 years, she has things that many people cannot have. Sometimes Zhou Jixi himself feels that if he writes the story of his master, it may be a best-selling novel. If it is made into a movie, it must be a series. Zhou Jixi's master had no children in his life, but he felt very emotional when talking to his mother. In addition, his mother is old enough to be her granddaughter, and with Zhou Jixi's relationship, she also feels very close. She came from a big family, but in fact, she still likes a lively family in her bones, with big rooms, second rooms, third rooms, etc., and grandchildren running around the house. Especially her mother gave birth to 5 children, which made her sincerely like it. A woman who has the desire to give birth to a boy is a good woman. The premise is that at least a boy must be born. Well, the old lady is a bit futile, who told her that she came from that era. The Celestial Empire was established only a few decades ago, and she is already in her 80s and almost 90. She can still remember the life situation during the Republic of China, especially after accepting such a caring apprentice as Zhou Jixi. She suddenly felt at home. The feeling of living for decades seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. Back to her youth, she gradually had children and grandchildren. Thinking of her father, mother, eldest brother and second brother, each one of them became clear and vivid in her mind. This may be the inheritance of the 90s. She has the inheritance, and she feels worthy of her family. What she didn't dare to think about before suddenly became smooth. Some things she had never thought of before were explained by her mother. She also learned a lot of useful little knowledge about getting along with children. My mother really treated this old lady as a family member. With her son's wealth, supporting him after was nothing. It was simply a lifetime of hard work. Just now, the old lady took her pulse to see if she was healthy and prescribed a few doses of medicine. My mother felt a lot more relaxed after drinking it. This is a person with real skills. An old man in the family is like a treasure. This is what is said about this old man. It is indeed a half immortal on earth. A half immortal on earth. My mother looked at the old lady with respect, and her heart was still pounding. Seeing that the old lady suddenly became dazed, my mother couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you doing?" "Oh, I suddenly thought of something in the past." The old lady came back to her senses and said, "When people get old, sometimes they think about it, and are afraid of forgetting it. Hi. I heard from Jess that you are from the 3 northeastern provinces? Yes, my hometown is Chunchang, Jilin, northeast China. It has been decades. I don't recognize it anymore. The old lady's tone was inevitably a little sad. Yes, our place has changed in more than 10 years. The country is developing so fast now, and it is changing even faster. The mother also said in cooperation with the old lady. Then she looked at the old lady and said carefully, "Have you ever thought about going back to take a look?" The old lady did not remain silent, but was a little indifferent. "I have thought about it. When I was young, my mind was full of hatred, but my heart was thinking about home, my old father, mother, and brothers every day. When I was middle-aged, I got my revenge, and it seemed that something was missing in my heart, so I thought less. As I get older, I don't think about it anymore. Because I know that the place is no longer what I remember. I don't have any thoughts about going back." During the war against Japan, all the family members who could go to the battlefield went to the battlefield. Now there are not many people left. The mother couldn't help but look at the old lady with emotion when she heard it. This is an old woman who came from the war. At this time, there is always a very strange emotion in the mother's heart. She can only say that this is a very magical old man, full of a sense of history. The old lady started to talk a little bit to herself. "When I was young, I did have a relative, but unfortunately he was busy with activities in China at that time and we have lost contact. Decades have passed, and he is probably dead now. It is said that there is no regret in life. If there is really no regret, there will not be so many thoughts. I can't become a hero like my old father and brothers in this life. Although I broke my oath, I can pass on this inheritance. When I meet the people of the Yang family in the future, I will have faith. There are too many things that vanished in the 1,000 years of martial arts. When I was young, I wondered why the Yang family could not be extinct. Life is unpredictable. Decades have passed before I figured it out. There is nothing better than inheritance. The things of the Yang family cannot be extinct in my hands. It is broken to pass it on to my sons instead of daughters, so why should I be afraid of passing it on to outsiders?" The mother listened quietly to the legendary old man's words, although she didn't understand much. But the momentum was really attractive and impressive. She could imagine that the old lady was probably a heroic figure when she was young. The family got along very happily with the old lady, and Zhou Jixi felt relieved. Although he had only been with the old lady for more than a year, he really cared about the old lady. She taught him a lot of things, and taught him a lot of principles of life. What's more, she helped him wholeheartedly. If Zhou Jixi was not moved, he would be a bad son. My mother got along best with the old lady in the family, and learned a lot of cooking methods from her. My father kept sighing that the food in this family would be greatly improved in the future. What surprised Zhou Jixi the most was that the old lady actually liked the second sister and got along well with her. According to the old lady, she envied the second sister very much. When she was young, she lacked this kind of cleverness and was a little lively, which caused a lot of regrets. Of course, Zhou Jixi had to comfort and flatter her quickly. There are not many people who are qualified for him to flatter these days. But if it weren't for his relatives, he wouldn't bother to flatter them. After all, he is a male god with a net worth of billions. A man. Time passed quickly at home. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Dad, mom and sisters were still very active on the farm. They rode horses, herded cattle and sheep, milked cows, etc., and they were having fun. Dad was obsessed with his eagle. The general and the knight were the ones who followed him most. Now he even took one of his cool wristbands and practiced taking off and landing with his eagle. Moreover, he really got a lot of frogs back. At night, he took a net bag to catch frogs in the pond not far from the farm. He often did this when he was a child. He was more familiar with it than Jay Chou. As for the one next to his house, it was too close. He was a little embarrassed to eat grass near his home. In addition, there were actually quite a lot of small ponds on the farm. There were more frogs outside where the grass and trees were lush, so catching them was more rewarding. As a result, he really got a lot. He killed and skinned them directly outside and took them back. He also put a lot of them in the refrigerator. Zhou Jixi wanted to take them out to cook and make soup. These are wild frogs. If they are used to make soup, They will probably be milky white. He really thinks it's a waste to roast or fry them for the night to eat. Well, Zhou, who had enjoyed half his life of preferential treatment in front of his father, directly refused his father and told him to get it himself if he wanted to eat it. He had to go and see the two children. Zhao Jixi licked his tongue and looked at the eagles outside with their heads held high. Damn, they were promoted to brothers all of a sudden? He squinted his eyes and stared at them for a while. The little guy didn't feel the murderous aura. His eyes were full of the food that his father took out. Judging from the barbecue, his father's skills are still better. It takes a little effort to roast the tender frogs. I'm making this, Zhao Jixi said depressedly. Chapter 874, The Beginning of the Affair. Two broke girls. Life on the farm is always full of leisure. Zhao Jixi happened to ride Zhu Feng to visit his own vineyard. It is already June. The wine will mature in a month and reach its peak in August. Now he mainly wants to see if he has made a good harvest. Alan also went with him. The orchard he is responsible for is very fruitful. Zhao Jixi has increased his salary a lot, which is comparable to the income of the top middle class. Talents inevitably require more thoughts and money, not to mention that his father Atwood is indeed a good helper. Now he is responsible for the development of other farms outside, especially the Truffle Manor. The old guy is not a professional, but he is the top manager. He is also helping him to inspect several other farms. Zhao Jixi plans to buy it and store it. Buying land these days is always a good deal. It is low risk and low return. Those big capital owners don't like this rate of return. But Zhao Jixi can't help but like it. He has space, and now he needs to have strength and influence. If he doesn't make a little money, he will feel sorry for himself. He is actually quite optimistic about the hot spring farm. He can make it into a good tourist farm. If he grows some cash crops, it can also bring him a good income. Moreover, half a year has passed. If he doesn't spend money early, he will have to pay a lot of taxes. It's better to spend it and avoid making contributions to the United States. He rode his horse all the way through the pasture. After the irrigation system was installed on the land that was originally a little thirsty, a lot of grass has grown. Although it is not as good as the farm, it is still pretty good. At least outside the farm, there is a piece of dirt and red land. Thinking about this, you will feel that this piece of green within the farm is so precious. Not far from here is Interstate 16. When the two people rode, they could see a lot of vehicles coming and going. The farm area is surrounded by two fences at this edge. Because of the highway, it seems that part of the farm has been cut out. But it's wood and wire, and there is a sign of private territory hanging on the wire. Many people who stop to rest and enjoy the scenery dared not step into that area casually, especially on the side of the road. There were several high tower sentries built by security companies. There were people on duty taking turns to guard every day, and there were also a row of bright and dark cameras. Not to mention the invisible thermal sensors, which had already covered this area. However, the terrain here is open, but it is not very easy to defend. It is just that on the periphery of the farm circle, the farm is centered on the villa, and it is actually a circle of defense. The closer to the center, the easier it is to defend. There are very few cowboys coming to the corners, and the grass here is actually not what the picky cattle like to eat. Zhao Jixi looked at it while riding on his horse and felt a little sorry. Can we raise a batch of other cattle here? It seems a bit wasteful. The land here is not as good as those in the farm. It is not reliable to upgrade them to the same level rashly. But compared to before, there has been a fundamental change. Alan also looked around. This was land that was not suitable for planting before. Now that it has an irrigation system and uses water pumped from groundwater, it has begun to show such great vitality. The irrigation network worth hundreds of thousands of dollars in this area is really worth the money. It's indeed a bit of a waste. I'll make a plan when I get back. Now this place is indeed useful. Even if it is used to raise a group of sheep, it can earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Alan looked at it and estimated the profit level. You should arrange this part as soon as possible. Zhao Jixi nodded and said. They have stepped into the road. Going forward is still the scope of his farm. It is still surrounded by wooden stakes and wires, with a sign of private territory hanging on it, but it is obvious that the security measures are a little worse, and there are fewer towers than the opposite side. That side is considered an enclave of the farm, that is, the grape planting area. Recently, Pros in the grape planting area seems to have a new girlfriend, who is much younger than him. Zhou accidentally remembered this gossip, and said to Alan, well, she's a winner-making apprentice. When she was in Napa Valley, she was fascinated by Pros's charm, and followed him to our farm. Alan nodded, but Zhou would not ignore the smirk. He also laughed, thinking about the woman who was fascinated by Pros's charm. She had a heavy appetite. Pros was a middle-aged fat man with a Mediterranean hairstyle. He actually had the so-called charm. Zhou really felt that the world was a little drunk. Women who are most seeking freedom these days, don't they have any IQ? Alan smiled and said, who knows what they are thinking? Maybe Pros really has some charm, but you and I haven't discovered it. After all, we are not women. Zhou thought for a while, before nodding and saying, that's right. After all, we are not women. The horses of the two men had already started to walk slowly, and they were not in a hurry. It was obviously more interesting to chat about gossip than to visit the plantation. Hey, can you help me? The woman shouted loudly, after seeing the two men. Zhou looked back, and saw a car parked not far away. It seemed that a woman was waving at them. When the woman saw him looking over, her smile became brighter, and she waved more diligently. Do you think we need to show our gentlemanly spirit? He turned around and asked Alan. Alan shrugged, I have a girlfriend, and she looks ordinary. The two men said it together, and then smiled knowingly. It's true that all men are the same, looking forward to a romantic encounter at some point, but if the woman is not beautiful, it is not a romantic encounter, but a trouble. Then let's go. Zhou said. He didn't bring a bodyguard today. If there is any trouble later, will he have to go into battle himself? After thinking about it, forget it. This is unnecessary. Alan was just joking just now, and Zhou really planned to leave. He didn't know what to say. Should he remind the boss that he was joking, or follow the boss and leave directly? But if he said it, the boss was really guided by what he said. If he reminded him, wouldn't it make him look bad? Or was he making a fool of himself? It seems that there are no bosses in the free United States who can tolerate their employees playing tricks on them. Zhou certainly noticed Alan's expression. It was really what he thought just now, but from his expression, those words were probably a joke. If I really leave, will it affect my image? It seems that the image of a boss is that, if you want this job, you'd better do whatever the boss says. Alan? Zhou called. Boss, what's the matter? Aren't you really planning to leave? Zhou smiled at Alan, who was already in front of him. At this moment, I suddenly feel that my character cannot be ruined because of an ugly woman. This price is a bit too low. Boss, do you mean to go back? Of course, why not? He turned the horse's head and said. The woman almost cursed. The two men actually left like this. Isn't it a bit too loveless? The other woman in the car laughed non-stop. Jennifer, I said that men are looking forward to a romantic encounter, and you are obviously not the type of romantic encounter they need, not to mention that there are two men and you are just a woman. TSK. Do you know the brotherhood? When there is only one woman, they would rather give up that woman for their brothers. Shut up, Kate. Your joke is not funny at all, and our bet is not funny or fun at all. The woman with a good name, but mediocre appearance said to the woman in the car. Okay, $100. I'll put it away first. The woman laughed, stretched out a hand from below, and took the $200 on the car, with a smug smile on her face. Fuck. Jennifer cursed, and looked at the woman's action of holding something, and couldn't help saying, can't you do this kind of thing in the car? I don't know what you are thinking now, and you can still feel it. The woman was obviously unmoved. One hand was still holding something, trying to fix the position between her legs. This is also a kind of stimulation. I also need it now. I haven't felt so good for a long time. She began to change the subject. Maybe if I come, we can get help more quickly. I said this at the beginning, but you still hold on to your so-called reason. Okay, I will listen to you. Unfortunately, this experiment is destined to fail for you, and we didn't get any help. The woman was still chattering, with no intention of stopping at all. "God, Kate, can't you talk so much?" The woman irritably flicked her hair, and just in the direction she looked, two cowboys on horseback appeared and walked towards them. "Oh my god, my lord really didn't give up on me. Kate, your $100 should be mine, and you have to give me my $100 too," the woman said with a proud look. Kate Dennings obviously saw the two men through the rearview mirror. "Okay, you win. Congratulations to you, lucky woman." The woman chewed gum and took out the $200 that she had just put away in her pocket and put it outside. It seems that there is also a handsome guy from the east. "Wow, he looks really attractive." She couldn't help but start to talk again. "Wow, this looks so exciting. Wow, it's almost coming. Hiss, ha, it feels better and better," Kate Dennings said to herself. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 875, The Expected Novel Plot. Zhou looked at the woman standing on the road, his expression changing from one moment to another. If she was not good looking, she would not be like this. "In my previous life, I was also ugly, but I did not become like her. It is indeed the capitalist empire. Very bad. Hey, lady, how can I help you?" Zhou, wearing a cowboy hat and a pair of sunglasses, said from a high position on his horse. He just glanced and found that there was another person in the car secretly looking at him, not coming out, and that person's eyes were a little wrong, very aggressive, and trying to hide. But he had sharp senses, and the woman didn't know that he had discovered him. His expression was a little nervous, and his muscles were tense. This situation seemed a little complicated. His hand secretly reached behind him, where there was a pistol. In the United States, a country with guns, he was not so relaxed, especially in a place with a slightly desolate meaning. Even if he didn't carry any weapons, there were a lot of weapons in the space. The atmosphere was a little tense. Zhou didn't know what was going on with the woman in the car. Alan was obviously not the kind of person who could be relied on for force. It was good enough that he didn't hold back. The most important thing was that he didn't know whether the woman was secretly holding a gun in the car and the woman outside was a bait. But the bait should be good looking. There really weren't many people who were willing to be fooled. Damn, it's so hard to have a burst of good luck, but there is still an unknown danger. How can I do good things in the future? He secretly complained in his heart, but his hands didn't hold up. Our car can't start. I don't know when we can get help here. I hope you can help us, Jennifer said pitifully. Oh, the car is broken. Zhou nodded, slowly got off the horse, and deliberately chose the position where the horse was in front of him. Compared with his own life, it was acceptable to let Zhu Feng take a bullet. It's not a lucky day. Let me help you check. He still looked friendly. Are you from the annex? I don't think I've seen you before. There are only so many people in a small county in the United States. Basically, after a few visits, you will know everyone. At least you have an impression. So when it comes to outsiders, especially such strange outsiders, he doesn't trust them very much, especially his current wealth, which doesn't allow him to trust strangers casually and in such a place. Oh, no, I'm passing by here. I came out of Hollywood and am now heading to a crew. Because time is not urgent, I plan to take the highway route slowly to see different scenery, said the woman. Zhou eyes twitched. You want to make it in Hollywood with a bunch of handsome men and beautiful women? Don't you look in the mirror to see what you look like? Unfortunately, he obviously forgot that there is a kind of actor called a special actor, a supporting role-like character, who doesn't need to look like this at all, just looks like a supporting role. That's a good idea, he then casually echoed. Alan got off the horse, because Zhou had already gotten off the horse, and he couldn't stay there either, so he also got off the horse, and planned to let the horse eat some grass. The woman in the car was still secretly looking at Zhou at this time, and her eyes didn't leave, which made Zhou not relax. because according to the general situation, the woman in the car had to get off the car at this time, or the woman had to introduce the woman in the car. It was polite and normal to say hello to him. Otherwise, it would be a bit impolite to treat someone who helped you. In fact, he didn't know that the two women had just had a little temper, and Jennifer was happy for her victory and forgot some things. The woman in the car was the same. She had something to do now, so how could she say hello to him? All this caused a lot of misunderstandings. Zhou was indeed a little nervous. This woman's eyes were really poisonous. Nima had never left his body. The position of his chest muscles felt a little frizzy. Maybe this woman wanted to explode his heart? He kept moving his body, and the surface was still, that expression that he didn't notice anything. The woman in the car moved, and the muscles in her hands were not right, as if she was holding something. And the expression of the mediocre woman changed, as if she was worried that he would find something. Zhou's 5 senses were sharp, and the woman in the car had a weapon in her hand, and the woman outside the car had 2 hands in his visible position. With his speed, it was no problem to deal with the woman in the car and then turn around to deal with her. After thinking it over, he immediately started to act, dodging sideways, and his body was close to the flat angle of the car body. According to the situation of the woman, it was not a good shooting position, and he could attack the woman quickly. Then he quickly reached in through the window and hit the woman's arm holding something, disintegrating her fighting power. For safety, he also hit the other arm, not giving her any chance to fight back. He used a dislocation technique, a skill that combines strength and skill. It is still very useful to learn some Chinese medicine from the old lady. After all, she is a woman. Zhou certainly cannot use too violent means. Being able to subdue the enemy cleanly and simply is the most important thing. The woman in the car screamed, while the woman outside the car was still wondering. Things had changed drastically, something they had never expected. Don't move, be quiet. Zhou pulled out a gun and pointed at the head of the woman in the car and the head of the woman outside the car. Don't doubt the speed and determination of shooting. You can try to see whether your hand is faster or my bullet is faster. He said this to Jennifer. He felt that he seemed to be very domineering and handsome, and it was indeed the case. He was really cool. Alan was surprised by the change of things, but although he was not a good bodyguard, he was at least a good cowboy. Pulling out a gun quickly was basically something that every cowboy could do. He immediately pulled out a gun and pointed it at Jennifer. The woman was already scared and looked like she was about to pee. Her legs were shaking, and her face was pale. Take whatever you want. Take everything, and don't hurt us. This situation seemed a little wrong, Zhou thought secretly. No need to demonstrate again. Wait to explain to the police. Tell us what your purpose is first. Are you trying to kidnap me? Or do you want to attack me? He seemed to think of something. Or you will say that you just want to rob passers-by. Jennifer was a little dumbfounded. What's going on? Explain to the police station. What to explain? But now you are pointing a gun at us. I didn't. She spoke a little nervously, trembling and pausing constantly. There are people lying in ambush in the car, but I just saw them, with weapons in their hands. But unfortunately, I quickly dealt with them. Let me tell you, you pathetic people, I have practiced kung fu, and it's a simple matter to deal with you. Don't think that I can't do it without bodyguards. I'm also a master. Zhou said with a smug look and a sneer. Kate Dennings has stopped screaming. The pain just now has passed, and now she has become unconscious. Oh my god. Oh my god. What did you do to me? My hand is so numb. He looked at Zhou with horror, not caring about the gun at all. The strange expressions of the two women seemed different from what he imagined. And it was not different, but very different. He suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. It seemed that he had read too many novels. The reality did not seem to have so many troubles. It seemed that he had imagined too much. They might not be. The more he looked at her expression, the more he had a premonition, but Zhou still didn't give up. He did feel the woman staring at him just now, and the muscles in one hand were tense, as if all the muscles were exerting force. It was impossible that there was no action, because when shooting, some preparations must be made. He took a deep breath and calmed down. Alan already had a gun threatening Jennifer, so he was able to free up one hand. He opened the car door to see what type of gun the woman had. He was still thinking about his last hope, hoping that his guess was right. But when he looked at this woman again, why did he feel that this face was a little familiar? Zhou ignored this thought and opened the car door. Click. Something fell from the car. The thing that just fell from the woman's hand was right next to the door. So it fell. As soon as the door opened, Zhou stared at the fallen thing in amazement, his eyes a little dull. His mouth was even more bitter as he said, "Massager?" This woman was actually playing with a vibrator in the car just now. Fuck, is there such a weird woman? And she just watched him play. Just watched him play with a vibrator? Oh my god, what is this woman thinking about? In such a short time, not to mention that the vibrator is not as good as his own skills, it's simply going far away. What am I thinking about? A gust of wind blew away some sand, but it didn't take away Zhou's embarrassment. I thought life was a novel, but I didn't expect life to be reality. It's full of weird things. At this moment, Zhou knew that it was really difficult to encounter such things as encountering monsters to upgrade, or killing monsters after leveling up. Vibrator. He now has a lot of resentment towards this thing. This thing has brought him unhappy things several times. I remember the first time I saw it, it was the woman named Jane, lying next to him, actually playing with the vibrator alone. Oh my god, does he still want a man, his dignity, and moral integrity? Chapter 876 Women. Zhou called the security department who saw him take action on the monitor. He saw someone moving forward silently from a distance. He knew that something might happen. Someone would arrive at a location within 3 minutes within the farm. The security alarm was lifted, and those people went back to their homes. Those who needed to train continued to train, and those who needed to play continued to play. That's called standby. Continue to stand by. He and Kate Dennings sat on the side of the road, and his hands were still rubbing her shoulders. Of course, this was not a field battle, and he didn't have such an exposed idea. He was just making up for what he had just done. Okay, that's just a special pulse cutting technique. Once you massage with this technique, it won't have any effect on you. You can try it now, and you should feel much better. The woman looked at his face and nodded, saying, "Well, I do feel much better. Thank you, handsome man. You're welcome. After all, it was me who did it. It's only right for me to help you recover." Zhou was sure that this woman should be the actress of the Big-Breasted Beauty and Two Broke Girls. They didn't just look a bit like her. No, it's not all your fault. After all, at that time, and in this place, I was hiding like that, which really caused misunderstandings. So I also have a certain responsibility. This is a fact that doesn't need to be disputed. Kate Dennings said. Oh my god, that woman, is she just thinking about which model of massage stick to use? Jennifer was so angry that she jumped up and down. This woman actually thanked the person who pointed a gun at them and said she was going to kill them, and then admitted that she was wrong. It was really a very strange thing. But based on the handsome appearance of the Oriental man and his good figure, the fact that Kate Dennings will change is really within the normal range and acceptable. Okay, since you said so, then of course I respect your opinion. Zhou shrugged and said. The woman's smiling face flew in the stands, cheering for her favorite team or favorite fans. My name is Kate Dennings. I'm an actor. The woman stretched out her recovered hand and said. Jess Zhou, a farmer and investor. Zhou also said, but without too much detail. Wow. It looks really surprising. The woman said. Jackie Zhou smiled. He had just experienced this woman. Although she was not as sharp-tongued as in the TV series, she was nagging by nature. I remember reading the encyclopedia of this woman in my previous life. She seemed to be a Jew from a middle-class family, but she had a weird personality since she was a child. She had a lot of ideas and her relationship with her family was just average. After all, her father was a scientist and she was an actress. Of course, these were not the main points. The main thing was that her academic performance was really bad. She had a good brain. If you have time, we can go to the vineyard and you can go with us. It's a good opportunity to take a break. By the way, comfort the fright you just had. Jay Chou invited. Of course, it's a good idea. Kate raised her eyebrows and answered happily. Jennifer was speechless. This woman just hadn't dated for a while. Why did she miss men so much? Although, this man did look good and had a lot of flavor. Especially the skin, which seemed to smell like sunshine and wheat, full of masculine flavor. Oh my god, why do good men like beautiful women? Jennifer roared inwardly. Zhou Jixi rode on the horse and motioned Kate Dennings to get on. Someone will take care of the car, you don't have to worry about it at all. Let's go, beautiful lady. Kate got on Jay Chou's horse without any hesitation and sat in front of him. He immediately felt the woman's plump buttocks and put his hand around her waist to pull the reins. There was a circle of fat on her waist, but this woman was originally plump, so it didn't affect her appearance. She is not the same type of woman as Pace Wu. Pace Wu has flesh and looks slim. She has flesh and looks fleshy. As for Zhang Ziyi, if she didn't have many other things to complement her, it would feel better. In fact, Pace Wu is more flavorful. The weight of two people made Zhu Feng a little uncomfortable, but it is full of muscles now, and sitting with two people is not a problem at all. It just snored in dissatisfaction. Jay Chou touched its neck and had to comfort it. He wanted to use it to block the bullet just now, and he felt a little guilty. On the other side, Alan was a little embarrassed. Sorry, I have a girlfriend. Oh my god. Jennifer said depressedly. Is she here? Man, are you thinking too much? Alan nodded without comment. Perhaps you should sit with that man, and we two women sitting together will not cause any misunderstanding. Jennifer began to mock. Do you think they would have that kind of idea? Alan pouted and motioned her to look at Jay Chou and the others. The two of them were already chatting, but they looked more like they were having sex. They were talking and laughing, and their movements were a bit ambiguous. Oh my god, it would be strange if this wasn't sex. Forget it, come up. I suddenly realized that I seemed to have thought too much, and I believed that she would still believe in my taste. Alan's last sentence was obviously said in a very low voice. On the way to the vineyard, there were two more people inexplicably. The so-called novel plot that Zhou Jixi imagined did not happen, but he was lucky to meet a sex partner by chance. Whether it is a man or a woman, everyone has that fantasy of meeting someone on the road, and then after enjoying the joy, continue walking. When walking on the road, you are destined not to stay in the same place. When the group arrived at the vineyard on horseback, they saw the lush and well-planned grape forests. The purple grapes hung on the vines, with dew and some white powder, which made people very appetizing. Unfortunately, even Zhou Jixi knew that the taste of the grapes for winemaking was really ordinary. The taste is worse than that of ordinary grapes. They are just the most suitable for winemaking, not for eating. Kate Dennings looked at all this. The scenery was very pleasing to the eye, as if she was in a green ocean. There were so many brown vines, green leaves and purple grapes intertwined. Wow, this feels really great, like a magic maze. If you go to the mushroom forest built by the boss, you will have a more fairy tale feeling. Alan said immediately. Really? Really? Kate, the big foreign horse, looked at Zhou Jixi curiously and asked. Of course. He replied. But seeing that the woman wanted to say something, he immediately changed the subject and said, it seems that we are going to drink some good wine today. I hope you will like the Cabernet Sauvignon produced in our farm. Mom and dad are on the farm, and he has no intention of going back. To bring a girl back in front of these people, that is definitely not a good choice. Alan has American ideas and thinks that it is no big deal to just bring a woman back to stay for one night or a few nights. He will not blame him for being talkative. Cultural differences will cause some unnecessary trouble. He will also understand and tolerate appropriately. People live in the United States, and society will obviously not adapt to you. You have to learn to adapt. Zhou Jixi is not Long Ocean, and he still understands this. Riding through the vineyard, you can already see the house built on the hillside. Zhou Jixi seldom comes here. There are many things and memories of Old Man Bud in this house. This is a house designed and built by the couple themselves. Sometimes they like to stay here for a while. There are many of their photos and other things in it. He has asked people to maintain and clean it, but he seldom lives here. In addition to the fact that there is a house on the farm, it is also because he does not want to destroy everything here, even if he is careless. The old people gave him a lot, really a lot. This is not just about money. Some things cannot be given by money. He was able to make it in the Chinese community so quickly because he inherited the connections of Old Man Bud. Otherwise, the position of vice chairman is not something that can be done by just sitting there. This house is a mixed structure of stone and wood. The lower half is stone, and the upper half is wood. In combination with the surrounding environment, it is full of natural atmosphere. The house is not big. There are 5 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, a large living room, and a dining room. There is also a platform on the 2nd floor, and there is also one on the 1st floor. In particular, there are 2 rocking chairs on the platform on the 2nd floor. Zhou can imagine that the 2 old people sat here at that time, watching the sunset and sunrise. Old Man Bud and his wife were covered with a blanket, holding hands together. The picture was really beautiful. There is also an underground wine cellar here, which is much larger than the villa. However, most of the cabernets or vignon stored in the farm is stored here every year. In the past, Old Man Bud also wanted to adopt a child, a girl. Maybe when she gets married, he can use the best cabernets or vignon stored in the storage to entertain guests. It would have been a great feeling, but unfortunately, due to various reasons, the adoption was not completed. However, a batch of wine is stored here every year. After all, the farm is not short of money. Even though the cabernets or vignon from the Sky Farm vineyard is actually quite famous, it is not sold to the outside world. The vineyards in the United States, especially in California, Napa Valley is the best wine producing area. There are 1 or 2 suitable places in other regions, and the wine produced is actually of very good quality. It's just that their wines are rarely seen in the foreign market. Most of them are consumed by the domestic market, and some are consumed at auctions when they are just released. It's the same with their Sky Farm. They only sell a fixed amount every year, no more and no less. Chapter 877, Winner Making. Pros was already waiting for them there, and along the way, they saw several vineyard employees. There were about 10 or so, including Mexicans, blacks, and whites. When the grape picking season comes, the vineyard will hire more people to help with the grapes, and now a dozen people are enough to run things here. Zhou got off the chasing wind and then carried Kate down. The 2 of them felt a little hot when they were riding horses. At least after the little brother rubbed her buttocks and pushed against her and teased her with her buttocks, he knew that the woman didn't mind having something together. Women who plan to travel by car are indeed hungry animals. Hello, boss. Pros came over and greeted. There was also a girl next to him who looked okay. It was just that her breasts were a little small and she had a flat figure, but she had a bit of temperament and taste. A bit like wine. Pros, I didn't expect that we haven't seen each other recently. It seems that you are still very effective in losing weight. Zhou retracted his gaze from the woman, walked over and clapped his hands with him and said. Pros touched his belly with his right hand, and he knew that he had indeed lost weight. He smiled happily and said, of course, I exercise every morning now, although there is a gap compared to your exercise amount. But it is also 1/5 of our security training. It's really hard. He was still frightened when he said it. This is my friend Kate Dennings. Zhou introduced the girl to Pros, as well as Jennifer, the incidental thing. As for the girl next to Pros, Zhou just politely got to know her. He didn't even remember her name, and felt that it was meaningless. For a woman to find a man of such an old age as herself, it is either true love or something. Zhou is not very interested in both types of people. If it is true love, it can only mean that this woman's appetite is really heavy. Think about how she feels when she sucks that old stick. Anyway, Zhou thinks her appetite is really heavy. As for whether he will become an old stick in the future and then find a young girlfriend, let's talk about it later. Maybe he won't feel nauseous then. An official in the Celestial Empire once said that if you can't afford to marry a wife when you are young, you can wait until you are middle-aged and have money to marry. If you think about it carefully, there is some truth in this. If you have money in 20 years, you can marry his daughter. Otherwise, if you work hard, marrying his granddaughter may be a good choice. The earth is turning, and people are of course changing. This is the basic rule and reason. As for the woman who asks for something, Zhou, as a wealthy man, will not have much affection for such women who don't ask for it in his bed. He despises such people in his heart and enjoys them physically and mentally. Contradictory people are always self-centered. Zhou is narrow-minded, selfish, but at least he still has a little kindness and conscience. He can't be called a good person, nor a bad person. Of course, it depends on what angle you look at it from. These premises are just what he thinks. In fact, he knows what bad things he has done, and he also knows what good things he has done. After a chat, Pros took Zhou and others to inspect the vineyard. Zhou also walked around and took out a handful of soil from time to time to wipe it. Since the new irrigation system was connected, the groundwater irrigated contains a lot of nutrients. Now the soil of our farm is very fertile. This also makes the grapes grow very well this year. In addition, the climate in our area is also very suitable for our Cabernet Sauvignon this year. I have a hunch that the wine produced this year will definitely be the best batch in recent years. Pros said to him with an excited expression. Zhou nodded and said, "The soil is really good. I just looked at the recent grape analysis. According to this growth rate, it is indeed a good year. When picking this year, we have to be more meticulous. I'm looking forward to the wine produced from this batch of grapes. Don't worry, boss, I will do it well," Pros said modestly. The old guy has worked here for several years. It is not unreasonable for old man Bud to dig him from France. Although he is not a top winemaker, he is at least better than the lower ones. In addition, he can manage it, which is indeed a worthwhile person. And looking at this vineyard, he also has new plans in his mind. Winemaking and selling wine is indeed a good business, but I didn't think about expanding the scale before. In addition, the wine made from grapes irrigated with space water will only be known after this batch comes out. If I get a new batch of grapevines suitable for winemaking, it will take time. It takes several years for new branches to become winemaking grapes. If I take out a batch of cultivated ones directly, it seems really unreasonable. I can only wait and see if there are any opportunities in the future, and if someone else is cultivating new varieties, or the kind that has a large area. He bought it and transformed it directly, and it would be much safer then. In addition, he has already started a lot of money making projects recently, but none of them have been done well. Long hair grass, insect repellent grass, truffles, these are what he should do this year. At the end of the year, he should be busy with these things. There is also this year's gubernatorial election, which will be the most critical in November. Whether his most important political investment will succeed depends on this time. Although it was the old man who became the governor in history, it is a pity that there will be no accidents. Just like the fairy watermelon he is selling everywhere now, maybe the person who drew the lottery originally felt a little uncomfortable and had to take a leave, but he ate his watermelon, and his body was still able to hold on. He changed in the previous life, but he didn't change in this life, so can the number be the same? He doesn't know. For example, the people who used his medicinal fragrance now were originally lacking in energy. Especially the people on Wall Street, they fainted and were tired. So they missed a lot of news, but they were fine after using the medicinal fragrance and didn't miss it. What changes will happen in the situation? Changes, Zhou can imagine that the changes are huge. As the most central financial location in the world, it affects many places. There are many people who don't go bankrupt and jump off buildings. Zhou now only knows that some major trends will not change, and the minor trends are definitely making different changes from the previous life. Maybe an accident will kill his candidate for governor. In the previous life, he may not have seen his wife kissing secretly, but in this life, he saw it and died of a heart attack. Who can Zhou cry to? After walking around the vineyard for a while, Zhou saw the black and white people working for him. A strange emotion rose in his heart. This situation was really straightforward. The foreign devils had to farm for me honestly. Several people returned to the house halfway up the mountain. Zhou had called back and said that he would not go back tonight. He would stay at the vineyard for one night so that they would not have to worry about anything. There was no need to say more about why he stayed. If you don't have sex with a girl who wants to have sex with you, you will really be sorry for her. And he also wanted to taste the white and tender big white rabbit. In his previous life, he watched the TV series and watched this woman talking and shaking her big breasts. Now he has the opportunity. It's really great. He took out a few bottles of red wine Cabernet Sauvignon from the wine cellar and Pros asked someone to send some vegetables, fruits, and meat. It happened that Zhou was good at cooking and could make some food. The meat was grilled and the vegetables and fruits were simply made into salads. He also fried 2 dishes in a frying pan. This kind of Chinese and Western dinner was basically done. The fat white man Pros did not stay here to eat together. Originally, there were 2 men and 2 women, and it was not appropriate for him to stay here. In addition, he and his girlfriend also had activities in the evening, so he went home to play. He did not want to stay here to watch young people have fun and feel that he was getting old. Kate Dennings watched Zhou prepare one dish after another and put them on the table. The aroma emitted from it really whetted her appetite. She walked to where he was with a glass of red wine. Zhou was grilling steak now, and there were lamb chops grilled on the other side, but they were almost done. Hey, man, you are a top chef. The taste is really great. Zhou was in a very good mood for this woman who looked so adoring of him. As a result, she took a sip of the red wine that she had specially poured for him. Thank you. Seeing that you like the food I cook, I really feel a sense of accomplishment. Then he handed the red wine to her again. These meat dishes will be ready soon. Let's go over there to eat together later. Kate nodded and said, I've been looking forward to it for a long time. The spices you use seem to be very special. The taste is different from when my father roasts it. Looking at Zhou's inquiring eyes, she smiled and said, but yours is much more fragrant than his, and more attractive. This is my secret recipe. Thank you. This delicacy will definitely leave a deep impression on you. He also said in a high-profile manner. The 2 people sitting over there were drinking red wine and chatting with other dishes that Zhou usually made. Alan asked about Hollywood gossip, and Jennifer said a lot of things in a somewhat ostentatious way. One likes to listen, and the other likes to talk. If the woman didn't look very delicious, Alan might also want to have a one-night stand with her. But this is obviously impossible. He still promised his girlfriend to go back tonight, and it is not far to say. It's just that Zhou has some activities tonight, so he found an excuse to his family not to go back. Alan has no such plan. Things went very quickly. In the pleasant dinner atmosphere, Zhou and Kate Dennings kissed. He was also happy that he won the first city, and the next thing was a matter of course. Rolling the sheets with a busty girl chapter 878. Something went wrong with the candidate for governor. The night is very charming. The countryside always has a lot more natural beauty than the city. In fact, even under the starry sky, the 2 places are almost different. The stars seen in the countryside feel particularly bright. Of course, this is not the point. Wow, it feels wild to fuck a woman in the countryside. Zhou was pushed by Kate and sat on the bed. The woman had begun to look at him provocatively. Only in the wild can you feel what it means to be close to nature. Kate stared at him wildly. Now, cute oriental baby. Come. Zhou wanted to push back the woman who wanted to push him back. How could he not let her do what she wanted? Don't. Your lollipop is really big. Of course. Hiss. Zhou took a breath. Yes, just like that. Go down a little. Don't stop your tongue. Suck harder. Got. Wow, you are so great. Zhou said, while lying with his limbs spread wide. Woo woo. The woman had something in her mouth, so it was obvious that she could only answer like this. After a night of bodily fluids, both of them did not forget to wear condoms. This is what responsible men and women should do in modern times. Lest you get pregnant. It's really an unlucky start. In the morning, Zhou still got up early. No one here prepared a set meal for him, but there was food in the space, so there was no need to worry about it. He also took a lot of ingredients and made breakfast for the 2 women. Damn, this woman is really a sitting tiger, so powerful. This suction is really awesome. If it weren't for my strong willpower, I might be like a little virgin. He couldn't help sighing while making breakfast. If it weren't for the fact that Jennifer yesterday was really not his type, threesomes at night might be a very fun game, and it was also his favorite. In his opinion, a man with two chests on the left and right, and a woman on each side, is the most perfect nightlife. American breakfast culture also contains a lot of meanings in it, and Zhou was too lazy to pay attention to these. The two women woke up at around 10 o'clock. Seeing the full table of food, Kate couldn't help but excitedly ran over and kissed him passionately. After having your breakfast, I feel like today is another wonderful day. Kate took an omelette with salad dressing and ketchup, wrapped in other snacks, and took a bite, and couldn't help but start talking to him again. Zhou nodded without hesitation, and as for Jennifer, just pretend that she didn't exist. A warm farewell breakfast for sex friends. He felt that he did a good job. The two women's cars had already been sent to the outside of the house. After the women had breakfast, Kate and Zhou stayed together for a while, leaving each other's phone numbers and saying that they would contact each other in the future. They didn't need to contact often, but it was a good choice to contact when needed. It's best to have sex friends once, but for this Kate Dennings who will be famous in the future, Zhou is still willing to have a few more in-depth exchanges with her. Finally, watching the two girls drive away, he didn't even think about whether to keep them for 2 more days, and depending on the situation, they might stay for 2 days. But mom and dad are both here, so I thought it was better to forget it. After the woman left, Zhou found a chair and sat down. From this position halfway up the mountain, he could still see his employees working for him. Maybe it was because of the ethnic background, but seeing these people of different skin colors working for him really made him feel comfortable. He stood up, while humming a little tune, went into the house to get a glass of red wine, and walked to the second floor platform to continue enjoying the scene, along with a glass of red wine. It really feels like a rich landlord. Haha. He thought it was funny, took a sip, squinted his eyes, and lay down leisurely, relaxing. He felt half asleep, as if he had taken his new drug. A sense of laziness and pleasure permeated his body. What a good day. After lying there for an unknown amount of time, Zhou was awakened by the ringing of the phone. Really? He muttered unhappily, and took the phone and answered it. What's the matter? If it's not important, just wait for me to kick your ass. This was a call from his subordinates. When Zhou was unhappy, he never intended to let them have a good time. Boss, there is a problem with Mr. Jerry Brown. It's a very important problem. Zhou was shocked by this. This person was a member of his team on Jerry Brown's side. He was also a member of the campaign advisory group. He was usually responsible for helping him to execute and pass on information. Jerry Brown had a problem, which made him a little worried. He asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" But as soon as he said it, he stopped immediately. "You take a helicopter to the Sky Farm immediately, and I'll give you the coordinates." "Okay, boss." This time the man spoke. "Well, then hurry up," he said. This is obviously more likely to happen. Zhou didn't dare to guarantee that he would say anything bad. There is a call monitoring mechanism on the US side, so it's better to be careful and subtle. After waiting for 2 hours, he also made several calls and asked some questions to the people on his side. Soon, the sound of a helicopter came from the sky outside, and a helicopter stopped not far from his house. 2 Chinese men came down from it and walked towards the house. Zhou nodded to them and walked in, and the 2 quickly followed. "Tell me, what's the problem?" "Mr. Brown has some health problems, which may affect his recent activities." The man handed over a document. "This is the diagnosis record of a private doctor." Zhou also studied medicine, so at least he could understand it. After flipping through the pages, he frowned. Did this old man find a woman recently? He said so many useless things, but he is not in good health. Mr. Jerry Brown did take Viagra for sex. Fuck, what the hell is this old man thinking? Is his brain full of shit? Son of a bitch, I spent money to welcome such a fool. Zhou heard the facts and his temper immediately broke out. The 2 men didn't dare to say much. Fortunately, he recovered after cursing a few words. Have his other sponsors known? It seems that they know now, probably a few hours later than you. According to the time we came here and their dynamics, they should have received the news. the man with glasses reported. Zhou Jixi was not surprised at all. The news he could get was impossible for others not to get. Everyone is smart, and they will get an agent around Jerry Brown. The people who serve these capitalists, both overtly and covertly, are absolutely beyond people's imagination. For these people, problems that can be solved with money are not big problems. The most annoying thing is that money can't solve them. And the thing that is least available between living people in the world is eternal secrets. What is least available in this capitalist world is people who take risks. He believes that his opponent will know. It is just a matter of time. There is no doubt about that. He had a headache, but he still said, "Contact them immediately. I think we should have a meeting." "Okay, boss." The two people immediately took action and began to contact the agents of other capitalists, asking them to convey that the boss behind the scenes wanted to contact everyone to come out and talk about it together. Any health problems of the candidate will inevitably affect the subsequent plans. Considering Jerry Brown's age, his opponents may have used his age to attack him. Now that he has health problems, it will affect his image in the minds of the public. Tough guy, old tough guy, never mind whether there is an old word behind it. Anyway, his current image is to create the image of a tough guy. This has been discussed at the beginning, and this image can also make the public ignore the fact that he is old and instead believe that his age is a symbol of experienced experience. What an idiot. He didn't sleep more when he was young, and now he still wants to sleep with women. He doesn't even look in the mirror to see how old he is. Jackie Zhou cursed the old man in his heart. His men had already started to move, and he couldn't stop. There were still some people on his side who needed to be explained. He was not fighting alone. He represented the interests of a part of the Chinese in California. He had to explain this to a few uncles and aunts, and comfort them by the way. After a busy period of work, they got in touch. Everyone set a time to hold a meeting to discuss as soon as possible. He also had to go there in person. Political matters were never easy. This time he had to solve the matter as quickly as possible, not for Jerry Brown, but to make his own profits. Ding ding. JC Zhao's cell phone rang. It was still the private cell phone. He picked it up and looked at it and couldn't help but smile. He stood up with the phone, signaled to his men that there was nothing to do, and then he walked to the platform outside. "Hello Jess, I called you suddenly. I don't know if I disturbed you?" The old man's voice came from the picked up phone. JC Zhou smiled. "Of course not, because I'm not surprised at all," Jerry Brown said in an apologetic tone. "Sorry, man, it was just an accident. You should know that I have self-control, but sometimes people are not God and can never be a man who is 100% perfect in everything." The old man is really trying hard. It sounds like he is quite sincere when he explains the situation. Zhou Jixi thought to himself, but said, I know, I believe in you, man, but the problem is in front of us now. Don't think about how to solve it casually, you know, the enemy will never be as stupid as we think." Zhou Jixi was warning him not to think about forging medical examination reports or the like. "Actually, I already have a good idea," Jerry Brown said on the phone. "Oh, I'm very interested. Your master, Jess, your master." Jerry Brown was a little excited, as if he was happy that he could think of this. "Jess, remember what you said. She is a very powerful lady. I have seen your Chinese medicine skills, and I remember you said that she is much better than you in many aspects. Maybe the magical Chinese medicine can solve some of my problems." Chapter 879 Black Information. The old man on the phone was still waiting for his reply. His life as a politician had never made him lack patience. Although sometimes there were small accidents, like this time. The reality is just as he said, no one can guarantee that they can do it 100%. Jerry Brown's words do make sense. Zhou Jixi did not deny this. His master's Chinese medicine and maintenance are indeed very powerful. Decades of experience are not something that ordinary people can achieve, especially in medicine. She has been abroad for so long and has been to all parts of the world. She has a deeper understanding of medicinal plants that are not available in other parts of the world, so her vision is much better than that of the Chinese medicine in China. In addition, the old lady has done many experiments in the past, and many pharmacology and medicinal properties have been tested on humans. He also heard a little about this from Raymond and Zhou. When Blackwater was sent abroad, in addition to working part-time as a battlefield surgeon, she also treated the prisoners by the way. As for whether there is a possibility of experimental medicinal properties, it is definitely possible. There is also the maintenance of physical health. Zhou Jixi is really not bragging. The old lady's awesomeness can be seen from her. An old lady in her 80s, almost 90, is still as energetic as she is in her 50s. Zhou Jixi is even afraid of her. If this is not amazing, it would be strange. I believe that with the combination of the master's medical skills and the good things in his space, the old guy will have no problem recovering quickly. However, there are some troubles, and he has not figured out how to solve them. Zhou Jixi himself has also planted a lot of medicinal plants in the space. Think about what is written in those novels. The medicinal plants grown with sufficient spiritual energy are also much better than those outside the reality. He does not deny that this is a good thing. There are often two sides to a thing. If there are good things, there are certainly bad things. That is, after the efficacy is very good, it will lead to the danger of inaccurate dosage and inappropriate formula. Things that used to only cost 1 coin, now you can't use 1 coin, if the dosage is sufficient. If you used to use half a liang, you can't use half a liang, otherwise the mixed medicine may have problems. In the past, what would happen when you pair this with this? Now if you really boil them together, it may be a different kind. The cathode becomes the anode, and the anode becomes the cathode. If the efficacy of the medicine is too good, it will also be troublesome. He has boiled medicine and made pills, and the efficacy and medicinal properties of the medicinal plants in the space have been experimentally tested step by step. Especially those that have been planted for a long time, the medicinal properties are often difficult to grasp. On the contrary, those that have not been planted for a long time are much better than in reality, and the medicinal properties will not change too much. What is presented are also the medicinal plants in the best state outside of reality. So if the old lady is asked to use her own medicine rashly, she may not be able to get started. And it seems a bit unrealistic to do this with my current experience. Chinese medicine emphasizes that each person has a cycle, and the 5 elements in the body are different for each person. It is almost difficult to follow a fixed template for food and medicine treatment. Fortunately, there is an advantage that at least Chinese medicine will not kill people, even if it cannot cure the disease. At most, eat a little more, and after enhancing the body's functions, recovery will be much faster. Therefore, when Chinese medicine is used, you can often see some tonic ingredients in it, or drink it together. This is really a bit troublesome. I have to prescribe the medicine myself. I don't even believe I'm that awesome. I don't know if the old lady's medicine will work quickly enough. Zhou Jixi thought about it, and came up with a solution in no time. He still used his space water and his secret pills. At least these 2 things would not kill people, and were good for the body. He said, well, find an excuse as soon as possible and come to my farm. I'll let my master take a look at it. I believe she will have a good solution for this. Zhou Jixi said this after thinking it through. Thank you so much, Jess. You have more things to thank me for. I will help you make some efforts with your investors, but you owe me a favor. What do you think? Zhou Jixi is not a saint. He just planned to do this thing, just to make an effort, to avoid losses in his initial investment. As for Jerry Brown's favor this time, he had planned to ask for one a long time ago. Sooner or later, he would have to ask for it, and it would be the same if he asked for it now. The combination of 2 people is utilitarianism. How could he expect him to become a close friend with an old man? Apart from the 1000-year-old old man named Khan, Zhou Jixi believed that he would not become a close friend with people who were so much older than him. Of course, Jess, you are so timely. I was just thinking about this matter. Thank you, I owe you this time. The old man simply agreed without any hesitation. Okay, I have contacted them and plan to have a meeting or video conference as soon as possible. You'd better send a representative or come yourself. I think we all need some confidence. At least our situation is very good now, isn't it? Zhou Jixi said. I will make a decision as soon as possible. Jerry Brown said in a sincere tone, giving people a very sincere feeling. The two chatted for a few words and ended the call. Jerry Brown sat on the chair in the office, put down the phone in his hand, smiled happily, and immediately looked forward seriously. It turned out that there was more than one person in the office. In front of him were 3 core members of his campaign advisory group, who were also the most senior figures in his campaign team. 2 of them had grey hair and were not much older than him. Only one was a young person, and she was a woman. This young woman is only relative to them. In fact, she is already a capable middle-aged woman. This is his subordinate, who is very capable and a bachelor. I can't go to the hospital or private research institution for treatment now. I think you are also very clear about this. Zhou has just promised to let his master give me a chance to treat me. I think it may solve my current troubles. This is an idea that suddenly popped up in my mind. Do you have any opinions? Jerry Brown asked his think tank. I don't know much about Chinese medicine, but Jess is very good at using medicinal plants, and I think everyone has a deep impression of health preservation and staying healthy. The medicinal incense he made brings us more energy and time. And his master, I believe, is also very powerful. An old man said. I agree with this. Another person said, I know a little about Chinese medicine. They belong to experienced treatment. The more years of experience, the more powerful the doctor is. In other words, in the field of Chinese medicine, the older the age, the better the doctor, but the younger the age, the better the doctor. So do you think this is a good idea? Jerry Brown said. The 2 just nodded and then looked at the woman. The capable woman then spoke up. I think everyone should be familiar with Zhou's master. Everyone nodded in agreement to her question. They had all read Zhou's information. The 2 people who have the greatest influence on Mr. Zhou are Ba Chen, a veteran member of the California Chinese Association and a wealthy Chinese businessman. The other is Master Yang. As she spoke, the woman put the tablet in her hand on the table for everyone to see. It turned out that she had just started to organize the information, looking for the information collected by the team in the database, and finding the information of Zhou's master. It is well known that Zhou is a disciple of this woman. We have also learned about his Chinese medicine and pharmaceutical technology, and according to speculation, these are learned from that woman. Then he took out another document. In particular, some of the medicines he made are only circulated among private individuals. According to some information obtained from wealthy Chinese, Zhou once circulated a powerful sex drug with psychedelic ingredients to his private circle, and another kind of pills, to enhance sexual function and post-coital recovery. It caused a good response among that group of people, and it is said that the effect is very good. The woman did not feel strange about these 6, and what kind of response, and spoke very smoothly and fluently. The men looked at each other, and their hearts were itchy. This kind of thing cannot fail to attract men, especially old men like them. Compared with Brother Wei, Zhou's medicine is obviously more effective, and it seems to have a good maintenance effect on physical health. As if she knew what they were thinking, the woman added, but I think some of the ingredients in this medicine will never have a chance to be sold on the market. The Food and Drug Administration will not approve it. Otherwise, according to his nature as a businessman, Zhou would have started publicizing his medicine. The 3 old men didn't give her any expression, but they were all thinking in their hearts, should they ask if there is any harm to the elderly, or maybe they could give it a try. After all, they have a good relationship, right? So, we are certain of Yang's ability. She then took out another document. This was obtained from Blackwater, thanks to Mr. Brown's connections. By the way, age may also be our advantage. At least Mr. Brown's connections are really admirable. After a pause, she continued, we got very little information about Yang. When she retired, Blackwater had sealed and destroyed a lot of information. This is probably a protection mechanism for old employees. After all, compared to the government, these for-profit private companies pay more attention to old employees who have served the company. According to this information, the information destroyed by Blackwater contains a lot of black information about Yang. Everyone listened to her and looked at the documents that had been displayed on the projector. It has been stated that Yang has been a part-time doctor, or witch doctor, since a long time ago. She once learned the medicine methods of witch doctors from primitive tribes. Of course, in this document, we only talked about some things about her treating team members, which was very inspiring and kind. The latter sentence caused some smiles. Politicians knew what it meant best. Blackwater has become notorious in the past 2 years. What they did here is very inspiring and kind. I can only laugh when I tell others about it. Chapter 880 Cocktail Party. The screen had already turned a page. But here is another piece of information, which is the death rate of prisoners in the team she served. The most common reasons were food poisoning and wound infection. After the woman said this, the atmosphere in the office seemed to be much colder, and Jerry Brown even took out something to wipe some of the sweat on his forehead. But there is good news. The death rate has dropped very low in the future, and there are very few deaths in food poisoning. I don't know what they thought of. Everyone seemed to be relieved all of a sudden. They were not in the mood to continue reading the above information. So, the woman said again, but the span in between is 23 years. Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva was almost visible. This topic made the politicians in the office a little uncomfortable. They could only slowly adjust in their hearts. Maybe she was just kind at the beginning, and then because of her poor skills, she caused a lot of accidents. This reason can make them a lot more sunny, even though they know that the notorious mercenaries don't care too much about the price of living prisoners and dead prisoners. Jerry Brown then talked about the second thing, discussing with his men whether he needed to meet with several sponsors or send representatives. After several people discussed and weighed the pros and cons, they still felt that it might be more effective to come in person and give more confidence to the sponsors. Zhou no longer stayed in the house on the vineyard side. He had to go back and talk to the master about this matter. Let her help this old man. I hope it will be a good result. It didn't take long for him to ride to the road where he met Kate. After smiling slightly, he didn't stop and rode towards the villa. Soon they arrived home. The old lady was in her glass greenhouse. He didn't get off the horse and went over there. Mom happened to be not here today. Usually she likes to chat with the old lady or learn something. So Zhou was much more convenient when talking about things, and he didn't need to worry too much. After telling the old lady about the medical treatment, she really agreed to take a look. So he had to start doing something, so that people would not feel burdened when coming here. Moreover, in the eyes of some people who are interested, there are basically not many secrets about this matter. It is still just a matter of time before it can be discovered. But at this stage, it still has to be done this way. Zhou certainly can't let the California governor candidate come to his private territory on the farm without reason. He believes that, if this kind of private meeting is carried out, he will definitely tell the media. On the same day, he began to invite guests in the name of holding a charity fundraiser. This time it is obviously more casual. Anyway, a group of people were invited to come and get the number of people. Among them are several political sponsors and gubernatorial candidates. Of course, he also invited Republican congressmen. If the Democratic Party's sign is not easy to use or does not bring benefits, he doesn't mind changing to the Republican Party's sign. As for whether there is a suspicion of being a fence sitter, of course it is a fence sitter. However, American fence sitters are still easier to mix. There are no parties that want to get votes from swing states. That time, the benefits of swing states were less than those of their own vote settling states. But Zhou also knows that he can't do it too much. Fence sitters are a matter for the future. Now he is still a well-known Democrat, even though many Republicans in the media have already started to talk about him. Invitations were sent out on the first day, not the second day, but the third day, so that the guests could at least spare a day to make arrangements. One day was enough for those who traveled from Asia to Europe. The third day started at around 2 p.m., and there was a cocktail party in the evening. The farm's own people definitely couldn't arrange this well, so it was easiest to ask someone to do it. Anyway, his auctions were always done by the same group of people every year, and this time was the same. They were all old customers, and the farm also had the necessary things, so they could take them out and put the wine on display. The skeleton was already there, and the flowers, tablecloths, and white gauze and other things had to be new. As for the food, I didn't prepare much at home, and the public relations company would prepare it. Zhao Jixi made some simple desserts here, using ingredients from the farm, and I believe many guests would like them. Time passed quickly. The people invited this afternoon have arrived one after another. Zhao Jixi, as the host, has to go to greet them. The female companions following him are his eldest sister and second sister. His parents and the old lady are chatting and communicating with people in Zhao Jixi's core Chinese circle and high-ranking Chinese politicians. From time to time, they also have to take care of other ethnic groups in Zhao Jixi's circle of contacts, especially a group of Japanese and Korean brothers that Zhao Jixi has won over. The old lady also greets them. His parents specialize in providing for Chinese people, and they look very comfortable. Zhao Jixi looked over at the door and felt a sense of emotion. People really adapt to it. You have to try everything to know whether you can do it or not, because if you don't try, you will definitely not be able to do it. At the beginning, his parents didn't know that their son actually had such an event for them to participate in. They were panicked and a little confused. According to what they said, they had never seen this scene in their hometown and had never participated in it. If they didn't know what to do when they went there, would they just stand there dryly? That would be too embarrassing. But when communicating with others or greeting people, this English is not very smooth. If you speak too fast, they don't understand it very well. Without thinking too much, he directly rejected his son's invitation. They still play at home or go out to do something. Anyway, they are not going. This makes it difficult for Zhao Jixi. In addition to wanting the whole family to be together, he also hopes that his parents can make some friends there and deepen their ties in the United States. If they let the two old people come to live in the United States in the future, it will not be so difficult. He can also have many reasons to persuade him. At least when his father told him that he didn't have any friends in the United States, this reason would not stand. How can there be no friends? Aren't there several people who are still chatting well, and they are still in contact by phone, text messages, etc. So why can't it be good? There are many reasons, but they are inevitably selfish. In his previous life, he lived separately from his parents and didn't get along well with his parents. In this life, it is inevitable that he has some thoughts, but this is all for the future. He is only in his 20s now, and he still wants to play for a few more years. This arrangement was only made for a few years later. With friends, it will take a few years to develop feelings. Now that we know each other, we are trying to get our parents to come to the United States for vacation more often and meet more friends. It will be a natural thing in a few years. So Jay Chou was very dedicated to talking to the two of them about this matter, and finally he sent the old lady to help. Sure enough, the old lady was good at it and actually convinced his parents. The old lady then helped them with emergency training, talked about some main things and taboos, and then chatted with those people with a glass of wine. In fact, the matter is very simple to say, because they are Jay Chou's parents, and the Chinese people are all Jay Chou's close people, so the two old people don't need to be too polite to pay attention to gains and losses. Chatting with them is also very simple, mostly talking about things in China and what changes have taken place. These also make the Chinese feel that they have a lot of fun chatting with their parents. Compared with things in China, they are still very interested in understanding these first and second generations of immigrants. Zhao Jixi chatted with each person he met, and chatted with important people for a few more words, smiling and talking. With the help of the space goblins cheating, he could call out the names of every guest who came. This was a happy thing. He enjoyed it all. The eldest and second sisters were excited when they started wearing evening dresses, wanting everyone to see their beauty. As for the capitalist life charity, this kind of high-end has only been seen in movies and TV series. This time, they actually participated in it as the host family. It was really dreamy. The two looked at their younger brother busying himself over there, and they really felt a little emotional. Big sister, look at Zhao's smile. It's really stereotyped. Almost the same. The second sister also said with a glass of champagne. It's almost the same as the characters in the TV series I watched. The eldest sister rolled her eyes at her and said, you might as well just say that Zhao's smile is hypocritical. What TV series? I guess you are talking about those villains. As she said that, she couldn't help but point her finger at the second sister's head twice. Your thoughts are really weird. What's weird? I just said a few words. Really? The second sister muttered a few words. Zhou eyes twitched. This second sister and the eldest sister are really, do they think he can't hear? Does he? His attitude towards the guests has achieved a very good effect. At least it makes the people who come here feel good. Feeling valued and affirmed. Among those who he has set as his target people, he also deliberately said a few more words to at least tell them where to go to talk later. Then Jerry Brown also came, bringing his wife, an old lady. Judging from her face, she was definitely not the woman that could make an old man like Jerry Brown take Viagra to have sex with her. And judging from the complexion of this woman, it is estimated that she has no sexual desire. Zhou politely welcomed the arrival of the two, first congratulating or complimenting them. In short, being polite to let others feel his enthusiasm. It was not because he was Jerry Brown that he was like this. He was also like this to others, and it was necessary for the host to be enthusiastic. The appetizer was his speech, and then some videos were played to highlight the people who needed help at this charity. It also created some atmosphere to let everyone feel his sincerity, and it could also touch the hearts of others, and then spend money to bid for things, making the superficial auction lively. Chapter 891. Investing in a pink company? The charity-themed auction included things brought by guests and things he took out himself. Just give a reason and start auctioning to raise funds. But these were certainly not his main concerns, but he had to do this first. Hey, Jess. A man came over with champagne and greeted him. Zhou looked back and saw that he was a Korean American, but he was doing business in Korea with an American identity. He heard that it was an entertainment company, but he didn't have much impression of it. He just heard a little about it when drinking with ordinary Koreans. It's not known whether it's a TV series or a movie, or maybe a production company or a music company. Who cares? They just drank a few times. Could it be that this man thought he was familiar with him? In order to win over Asians, Zhou was very kind to those Asians who were close to the Chinese forces represented by him. Everyone could form an alliance within the alliance. The road is walked by individuals, and more friends mean more roads. In his mind, he had already sent a message to the goblins in the space, asking them to find out who this man was in the computer in the space. There were so many Asians and Chinese, and no matter how good his brain was, he couldn't remember them all. At most, he could just remember those who were influential in the United States, which was good enough. But this man was still in Korea, so it was not so easy to remember. Hong Shengcheng, one of the three giants of Japan Korea, but he became independent and started his own company 2 years ago. Zhou received this in his mind. This was also what he had asked the goblins, to record and compile the information of the people who introduced him. With this information, he quickly recalled that he had talked about something with this person. It seemed that he had drunk too much. When he remembered that when he heard him say that just now, he maliciously guessed that he was working alone or kicked out by someone. Zhou also raised his glass to signal, smiling and saying kindly, "Brother Shengcheng, I didn't expect you to come all the way from Korea. You really give me face." Hong Shengcheng looked relaxed on the surface, but he was nervous in his heart. When he received Zhou's invitation email this time, he immediately turned down his work and rushed over from Korea. In his heart, he was still struggling whether Zhou's words last time counted, because Zhou didn't follow up later. This time he must ask clearly, because if he didn't ask, he would definitely not know. The company has been under a lot of pressure recently. Sidishik has been very active recently. They have contacted some small shareholders privately, which made Hong Shengcheng, who had been kicked out of the company once, very nervous. His company is his final destination. This is a company with a new dream, composed of fragments of his dreams. It is a company built with a group of losers. Those children who didn't get the opportunity to debut in Jip, and the management who followed him here, and he who carries everyone's dreams. He has made a lot of plans for Cube, and he believes in himself, because success is never that far away. Even if this road is full of twists and turns, he will work hard to move forward. To put it another way, he hopes that he can have the final say in his company, and can operate according to his own plan, instead of being influenced by others. This is not allowed. That is not allowed. He has had enough of this kind of life. The power of the major shareholders in the company is too great, which has affected his operation. He must introduce new capital, weaken Sidish's shares, and ensure that his people unite to control the company's discourse power. As for the resources of the new company, he knows that the only ones he has are the trainees. 4-minute. The others don't seem to be valuable. Maybe his team and he can be considered a part of it. I just happened to come to the United States for something. Don't think I came here on purpose. Hong Shengcheng said with a smile, his face with glasses, and he looked elegant. Zhao Jixi was a little interested when he heard him say that. It seemed that this person came to him on purpose, but there was no famous saying, so there must be something else. Thinking about it carefully, he had some bottom line in his heart. In the past, he said that the Korean entertainment industry was a good project, but there was no goal at the moment. Otherwise he could try to invest. It seemed that he had said this to this person more than once. It was all because there were many girl groups in Korea. In addition to Girls' Generation, there were still many good things for Jay Chou. So this matter was really interesting. It was a bit unrealistic to set up an entertainment company in Korea. He had also considered investing in SM. But now was not a good time to operate. According to his economic advisor Williams, he planned a malicious attack so that he could receive cheaper stocks. Now the girls haven't made a fuss yet, so he would take it step by step. He had already laid the mines, just waiting for the girls to make trouble with the company. Once things started, the stock price would drop, and he would buy it at a low position, and he would definitely make a lot of money. Since SM was not in a hurry, the other companies came into his sights. Unfortunately, those large entertainment companies really didn't need his money. According to the trend, they didn't need it in the near future, so he had no choice. When he was chatting with people at that time, he talked about whether he should go to Korea to set up a smaller entertainment company for fun. The man in front of him knew it. He didn't go to fix the problem before, and now that they have come to his door, can he give it a try? Zhao Jixi has already started thinking about this. Oh, brother Shengcheng has something to do in the United States. Do you need my help? I still have some face in California. It's not too troublesome. Just tell me, he said with a smile, looking like he was going to open the door for convenience. Hong Shengcheng's eyes lit up, and he was just thinking about how to start. Unexpectedly, he gave reason. Zhao Jixi is really cute. Of course, I won't be polite. Haha. That's good, brother Shengcheng. Tell me, and I'll see if I can help. When Hong Shengcheng was about to speak, he suddenly sighed. I came to the United States to attract investment. Recently, there have been some power disputes in the company I opened recently. I hope to introduce new capital to maintain a balance with the largest shareholder and maintain the stability of my voice. Are you talking about your entertainment company? Zhao Jixi asked. Well, I founded a new company 2 years ago. I told you about it last year. Did you forget it so quickly? Of course not. I just don't know what your company is called. I didn't know it in detail before. Zhao Jixi asked with a smile. It's called Cube. We have launched a girl group 4-minute, and the market response is very good. There is also a boy group and a female solo. At present, the company can be said to be thriving. It's a pity that it has become like this because of this. He said it with a little sadness. Why does the group 4-minute sound familiar? Zhao Jixi thought in his mind, but he didn't pay too much attention to it in his previous life. Thinking about it, he was still a little vague. 4-minute, it seems to be that Kim Hyuna, the group Kim Hyuna later joined. Kim Hyuna's later company, isn't it the company where those little sisters from Appink are? Oh my god, I almost missed it. I didn't expect that in this life, brother would become their boss. This situation is really a bit happy. After thinking about it, Jay Chou still asked to confirm, is there a Kim Hyuna in this girl group? I really want to hear this name. Is it in your company? Hong Seung-sung frowned. What did Jay Chou mean by this? Did he know Hyuna, or did he have some feelings for Hyuna? But although they are a small company, they are not the kind of company that relies on selling artists. If Jay Chou made any strange requests, it would be really troublesome. Yes, it's from our company. I didn't expect that you knew Hyuna, Jay Chou. Hong Seung-sung asked tentatively. Oh, I heard Sunny talk about this girl when I was in Korea. I don't know much about her, but I have some impression of her name. Jay Chou said simply. Sunny? It's Sunny from Girls' Generation. Her mother is a relative of my stepmother. This child is like my sister now. Jay Chou explained. Oh. It's Girls' Generation. Hang Seung-sung nodded. The daughter of a relative is equivalent to his own sister. He finally knew where the recent chaos in SM Company came from. I also know that this girl group has opened more than a dozen clothing stores in Korea. Now many trainees and debut artists are envious of these girls. Who did this? It turned out to be this man in front of me. Although I don't know how the girls distribute the profits, but thinking that, even if they don't become artists in the future, they can still have a good life and a good social status, I'm almost envious of them. Sunny's uncle is Lee Soo-man, and the planner of Girls' Generation is Kim Minimum Young. Lee Soo-man and Jess's stepmother are brothers. Suddenly, the relationship here is a bit complicated, and he thinks that the internal situation of SM Company should not be so harmonious. I don't know what Jay Chou is going to do, but it doesn't stop him from guessing that SM is going to suffer this time. In terms of capital operation and malicious stock operation, Hong Shengcheng believes that many people know Jay Chou because his reputation was already very bad during the Apple stock period. It's simply like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. Relying on strong capital, he actually maliciously operated and swindled tens of millions of dollars. It's really ugly. He is simply the enemy of the shareholders and directors. I didn't expect that they became friends before they became enemies. He joined Apple and became the youngest and richest young director of his age. Hong Shengcheng suddenly realized that he had to introduce such a director to check and balance Sidishk. Yes, at this moment he realized that Zhao Jixi was so suitable. He had strong capital and vicious means. The most important thing was that he would not interfere in the company's affairs casually. This was what he wanted most. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 892. Please make a plan for me first. He obviously didn't know the situation about Apple's stock. There were many factors that led to Jay Chou's ability to stir up trouble during that period. The most obvious one was that some shareholders within the company were thinking of making a fortune. Jay Chou's capital just happened to be the first to come, and the result was that his reputation became a little bad. This reputation has both advantages and disadvantages. Fortunately, he also gained a lot of benefits from this reputation. He also joined the small circle of Apple shareholders, the Shark Gang. Now he is also a person with influence in the company. Although he is not very powerful, at least he will not be ignored. Whoever wants to do something will have to win him over and give him some benefits. The disadvantage is that many people have some concerns about his investment, but in this money-oriented society, throwing money can still dispel many people's concerns. Hong Shengcheng obviously overlooks some things in this, so sometimes knowing less is also a kind of happiness. Since we are talking about the company's artists, Hong Shengcheng also picked out some things to talk about, and Jay Chou has already noticed the intention. He was also a little interested. Korean entertainment companies have a decent ability to make money. SM's market value has tripled in a few years. In 2007, it was only more than 70 billion won, but this year it has reached more than 200 billion, which has doubled several times in 3 years. Compared with Jay Chou's other stocks, it is indeed a little worse, but they are an entertainment company, and they are really amazing to be able to do this. It is almost 200 million US dollars, and it is estimated that it will double in a few years. I remember that in Jay Chou's previous life, SM's stock price fell because Wu Yifan terminated his contract, and then Lu Han terminated his contract. SM's stock price continued to fall, and it fell by hundreds of millions of Chinese yuan. He paid attention to it with great interest and just happened to know that the stock price of something has already exceeded 2 billion Chinese yuan. Girls' Generation, F, X, and E/O have contributed a lot to this. In fact, he secretly compared it in his heart. SM, one of the most powerful entertainment companies in Korea, is really not that powerful. His own game company can be worth several SM companies, and the separated Tomcat can be worth more than a dozen SM companies. Others have worked hard for more than 10 years, and he can create a game company that earns an SM company every year by coming up with, stealing, an idea, and this is an SM company several years later. Now, it's not Jay Chou's exaggeration, that kind of market value is really not that awesome. After converting it this way, he realized that investing in Hang Shengcheng's company doesn't seem to cost much money. And another major thing is that the shareholder of the company that makes Hang Shengcheng uneasy seems to be the original agency of one of his girlfriends, Jun Ji-hyun. This is a bit interesting. Jun Ji-hyun has long told him that she doesn't have much good feelings about this company. Even though she hasn't said much bad things about the company in the outside media, she is still saying bad things about it in her heart. Moreover, the artists of entertainment companies are usually the figures who fly on the topic list. Using them for some advertising not only saves money, but is also very useful. After thinking about it, Zhou Jixi already had a plan in mind. Now he could talk about his intentions, and then his team could talk to them about how much to invest. According to his idea, it should not be less than 30%. If the shares were too low, it would obviously not be fun. If it could be more, he would not care much. Think about it, it is only a matter of tens of millions of US dollars. The Korean Greenland company has enough money. After the negotiation with Cube, they can take out dividends and inject capital. Zhou Jixi looked at Hang Shengcheng and smiled domineeringly. Brother Shengcheng, have you ignored me? You have come to me, but you are still thinking about looking for investment elsewhere. Do I look like I have no money? Or do I look like I don't have the vision to see your potential, Brother Shengcheng? This sentence was a joke, but also carried the meaning he wanted to express. In an instant, Hang Shengcheng's heart was like a volcano erupting. It worked. Things really took a turn for the better. When he came, he specially found a Taoist priest to calculate it. The other party said that the West was his turning point. This sentence has many meanings, among which Zhou Jixi invited him to participate in his charity event in the West, that is, the United States. In addition, Jay Chou also brought something. And I remember Jay Chou himself said before that this something was from the West. Combined with Jay Chou's intention to get involved in the entertainment industry, he already felt in his heart that the turning point of this matter came from Jay Chou. Now the facts are in front of him, and he was instantly excited. He was in his 40s, but he could still suppress his emotions. He took a deep breath and looked at the young man opposite him seriously and said, "How could I not think of you, Jess? I remember that it was because you said you wanted to invest in this industry, so I wanted to ask you if you really meant it. Otherwise, why would I tell you about this? So I came here in a hurry, just to see what you mean, Jess. I'm full of confidence in myself. I believe that I can run the company well and bring profits to investors." Jay Chou listened carefully and nodded his head from time to time. Haha. I believe this. I know my experience in JIP before, and I did a good job. Although the entertainment company makes money at an average speed. When he said this, he also looked at Hang Shengcheng, and the man really showed a nervous look on his face. He knew what American capitalists were like, and it was especially important for the beneficiaries. If there is no money to be made and no benefits, don't expect to get a penny from them. Seeing that the effect was achieved, he smiled secretly in his heart, and then continued, "However, if the entertainment company plans influential artists and converts the fans of the artists into the consumers I hope for, this is a good peripheral income. Calculated in this way, in fact, the entertainment company is similar to making a movie. I can't make much box office profit, so I can make more peripheral profits." As he said, he looked into Hang Shengcheng's eyes and said seriously, "In a word, you can't lose money." Hang Shengcheng stopped for a moment. Can't lose money? Who can guarantee this? There is no reason to make a steady profit in business. The market is risky, and one or two accidents may happen at any time, especially for companies like this that are mainly based on people. Human nature is definitely the most complicated thing. Seeing that the man in front of him didn't speak, Zhou Jixi also felt that he had reached a certain limit. What he said just now was just to bluff him. How could a successful businessman say that he couldn't lose money? He didn't lose money in business, and then he started to make money. Although Tomcat is not in deficit now, it lost a lot of money when it separated from Sky Games and operated independently. Hong Shengcheng pushed his glasses, took a deep breath, and looked at him and said, Jess, let me put it this way. If you say that you can't make a loss, I really can't guarantee that, although I can list several planning reports and future profit prospects. But I really can't say that there won't be any accidents. We are friends. I will first stand on the standpoint of a friend to make this statement. Next, I will stand on the standpoint of a businessman and fight with you to get your investment. Zhao Jixi was stunned when he heard it. This man is more interesting than he thought. He said it very clearly, but he had to think about what he meant later. The superficial meaning is very good, which is exactly what he wants. Haha. Brother Shengcheng, I'm a businessman. As he said that, he tapped the wine glass with his fingers, making a dada sound, and then paused before saying, then let's do this first. You show me the company's plans and planning documents. I'll discuss it with my investment consultant, and we'll talk about it in detail. What do you think? Of course, I'll ask the company to send it to you as soon as possible. Hong Shengcheng said immediately. Then it's settled first. Let's make an appointment in the next 2 days to talk in detail. Today really can't. I have important things to do. I'm really sorry that I can't greet Brother Shengcheng. It's okay, and you've already greeted him very well. Hong Shengcheng said. The two of them almost stopped talking, and Zhao Jixi happened to see one of his targets coming again. He apologized to Hong Shengcheng and walked over with champagne. Hong Shengcheng, who was wearing glasses and had a gentlemanly face, looked at Zhao Jixi's back, clenched his fists, and waved them lightly with excitement. This matter seemed to be very interesting. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the time when he just debuted his children. At that time, he was still in Jip. He took his children to the TV station to ask PD to give the children a chance. At the beginning, several people put down their dignity and worked together to make Jip a success. Unexpectedly, he left it in the end, but it didn't matter now. He already had his own cube. The most important thing now is that what happened to Jip cannot happen to Cube, so better checks and balances are the right thing to do. Jay Chou threw the matter of Cube aside in a blink of an eye. He was making those sponsors believe that the old guy was healthy and capable and would not let everyone's initial investment go down the drain. Jerry Brown is worthy of being a politician for decades. With Jay Chou's opening, he later took over and said very well, which made the sponsors feel at ease. The charity auction had ended long ago. Now they were at a cocktail party held in the evening. Several people were chatting in a very private place. There were bodyguards outside, and no one would come in and find out what they were talking about. This small cocktail party ended its life after everyone had discussed the matter. Jerry Brown walked a little slower and walked with Zhao Jixi. Jess, thank you so much for this time. Zhao Jixi knew what he was talking about. Obviously not a physical matter. As one of your campaign consultants, I'm just doing my job within my ability. Jerry Brown would not think that it was really like this. Obviously it was just nice talk. He owed this favor and he would have to pay it back in the future. Looking back now, my original decision was really the most correct choice. It's obviously too early to say this now. Before we succeed, it's obviously the most correct decision to stay together. So let's work hard for a few months until you succeed and become a legend in California. Zhao Jixi said. Chapter 893, Jerry Brown's Anxiety. In the evening, Jerry Brown went to the old lady's glass greenhouse with Jay Chou, and the old man went with him alone. The numerous exotic flowers and plants in the greenhouse attracted his eyes, and when he wanted to touch them, Jay Chou stopped him immediately. Zhao Jixi looked at him inquiringly, and said with a chuckle, hey, this is not something you can move casually. If you don't want to experience the cramping and anesthesia-like pleasure here for a few hours, I personally suggest that you better not touch it. Jerry Brown was so scared that he quickly retracted his arm and asked with a sullen look on his face, what is this? It's so scary. It's a variant of the datura flower. My master's friend brought it back from Asia for her. Now a lot of it is planted here. A hybridization experiment has also been conducted. There are small burrs on the petals, stamens, and necks of the flowers, and there are small poison sacs underneath. The toxin is lethal to small animals, but humans of their size should not die, but paralysis and discomfort for a few hours are certain. No specific experiments have been done, so there are still some subtle differences in consideration. There is no guarantee that people with poor physical fitness or certain diseases in the body will die from this. This is also possible. But in general, the paralysis will be relieved after a few hours. However, even if the paralysis is relieved, there will be complications such as dizziness, nerve pain, vomiting, etc. It will take at least 3 days for your body to recover. Of course, considering your old body, it will probably be a week. If you are unlucky, you may go to see God earlier. Zhou looked at him and said, and took several steps away from Jerry Brown as he said, thinking about whether there were more behind him. He immediately stopped and looked back carefully. He said to him in panic, "Oh my god, man, you planted this kind of thing in such a conspicuous place. It's too dangerous. Oh my god. I can't stay here, my god." It was originally used to prevent thieves. According to psychology, beautiful things always make people want to appreciate, touch, breathe its smell, and destroy it. Zhou had already seen his master, and motioned Jerry Brown to follow. No matter which one, the cute thief will be fooled, unless he knows what it is. Unfortunately, there are more surprises waiting for them. Zhou said with a smile. Another point, it has an antidote. It is a natural synthetic medicine, does not contain chemicals, and one shot can make you recover, and you can also have an unexpected experience, so you don't have to worry about me. You should have said it earlier. Jerry Brown said depressedly. You reacted too quickly. I wanted to say it. Zhou just wanted to see him make a fool of himself. This is what he thought in his heart. Then seeing Jerry Brown's actions, he immediately said, "Be careful, man. Don't look at that tree, because it is small. It is not a good-tempered guy. It is best not to breathe towards it. Be careful that its fruit explodes and hurts you. It's like dynamite." Obviously it is not that powerful, but if you are unlucky, it will make your face swollen. Jerry Brown was nervous to begin with, and now he was much more careful about breathing. There were green plants or trees on both sides, and when he walked over, he saw some small spaces specially separated in the glass greenhouse to plant this. I don't know what the flowers planted inside are for, but the bright colors tell the old man that they must not be ordinary things. At this moment, Jerry Brown regretted it a little. He didn't regret coming to find the old lady, but he regretted why he couldn't help but want to have sex, which caused his current unlucky predicament. It's so scary to insist on looking for this woman who has been committing crimes for decades. Compared with the woman I saw at the cocktail party just now, seeing that woman in this position, the atmosphere is really a feeling of falling from heaven to hell. And this Zhou, among the rich, is also a scholar, and he studies biology. What he hates most in this life is to contact these scientific researchers. Now this situation is what he wants to avoid. Sure enough, scientists are all strange animals. Bless me. Jerry Brown carefully muttered a few words in his heart, and his steps became slower. Zhou walked along the way, looking back at the old man from time to time. Why did this old guy look like his wife had died? Has his face been constipated for decades? Did he just fool too much? This shouldn't be the case. Such politicians should be strong and mature in their hearts. He didn't know that the old man was overthinking. He was a little scared when he read the old lady's information 2 nights ago. In addition, there were a lot of poisonous flowers and plants in the greenhouse, which made him like this. It was also Zhou's fault. He didn't go through the main entrance, but had to go through the side door specially set up as a trap for thieves. It was just a matter of taking a detour and walking a few more steps, but he had to take a shortcut. Look at the words now. Jerry Brown, the old man, was scared. Old Brown was now thinking about diverting his attention. He couldn't look at this place anymore. If there was a bright plant next to it, he would feel a little numb in his heart. Even if there was an antidote like Zhou said, he still had to endure the initial suffering. How could he move forward without the tendency of self-abuse in that pain? Jess, what is the greenhouse over there for? Is it also used to grow such plants? Jerry Brown saw from the gap that there was a glass greenhouse over there. At night, ultraviolet lights were turned on, so part of the place was still very bright. Zhou Jixi looked back and said, "That's my laboratory and test field. Some biological research is done there. Some medicinal plants and experimental plants are planted. Of course, there are some poisonous plants, but they are not used for experiments. There are not as many varieties as here." "Oh." Jerry Brown nodded. "There are still people busy over there at this time. This job looks really hard." He saw two shadows walking in the greenhouse over there and couldn't help but say. Zhou Jixi didn't turn his head back and said, "Security personnel, it's not too hard. They take turns every few hours. It's not a bad weather over there, so it's still an easy job." "Is it security personnel?" Jerry Brown saw two people fiddling with some plants and papers, but Zhou Jixi said they were security personnel, or the security guards were also responsible for managing the plants and filling in some observation logs. In the greenhouse over there, the two figures were already startled. When Jerry Brown looked over, there were not many lights along the way. Now there are suddenly more people, which means that someone has come, which is a little different from the plan. "Be careful, they should be able to see over here. Take out the digital screen quickly. Let's simulate this part of the scene first and block this light." "Okay, it will be done soon. Fortunately, there is a RAV lamp here, otherwise it would not be so easy to do." "Stop talking nonsense. Do things quickly. There are two people outside. If you are not careful, you will be reimbursed here today." "Don't worry, I know." He paused and felt a little depressed. His house is really exaggerated. With small-scale thermal sensing and regional verification, we can't get close to it at all. In addition, it is impossible to change the computer operation with the operation of the LAN. This Chinese tycoon is too cautious. A bunch of dogs, a group of bodyguards. How much money does this damn tycoon have to spend every day? It's too extravagant. A group of social parasites, useless waste. Now, immediately, finish the job for me. Don't say a word to me. You idiot. Don't talk nonsense. Don't talk nonsense. How many times have I said this? Fuck. The two people talked fiercely, but unfortunately they were very quiet, and the security guards outside couldn't hear them at all. However, they instinctively felt a kind of irritable illusion, as if something was going to happen, but unfortunately they didn't notice it at all. Zhou Jixi and his group in the distance didn't notice this at all. Glass greenhouse number 1. The old lady had already prepared it over there. A small space separated in the greenhouse was equivalent to the old lady's pharmacy. Like different Chinese medicine clinics, there will be a row of medicine cabinets for medicine, mostly made of wood, and there are all kinds of details inside, but Zhou Jixi didn't pay much attention to it. The one in the old lady's hand is definitely the best preserved, and the most advantageous. The row of medicine cabinets behind the old lady's greenhouse is metal, the same as the old Chinese medicine, but the old lady's is more advanced and cleaner. Each one inside has a temperature regulation function, which can better preserve the medicinal properties of medicinal plants. The small glass room also has a temperature regulation function, and the current temperature is very suitable. The glass is transparent when seen from the outside, and you can't see in if you need it. It was like the glass used in the police station. One side was visible, the other side was invisible, and sometimes both sides were invisible. It was also strong and durable, and the old lady had it custom made. "Master, I have brought the person here," Zhou Jixi said to the old lady who was walking over. "This is Mr. Jerry Brown." After that, he turned around and introduced Jerry Brown. "This is my master, Ms. Yang. Hello. Hello, I'm Jerry Brown." Before, Old Brown remembered that the two had met at the cocktail party, but because of the rumors, the old guy didn't dare to greet the old lady openly. Zhou Jixi sneered at his behavior. Many people knew about it, so was it necessary? The old guy nodded and said, "Knowing is one thing, and not having evidence is another. What I have to do is to prevent them from getting more evidence to convince the public. Otherwise, why don't I go to the hospital?" This made sense, and Zhou Jixi agreed. Chapter 894, Health is the most important. Zhou Jixi now understood that he was not treacherous enough. It was like when others knew you were having an affair, but there was no evidence. Who could believe what you said? It was just like the Yan Zhou scandal. If it weren't for the tattoos on Zhang Crossing's body, she might have been able to do some public relations. But because they looked alike, the media hyped it up, and the matter might have passed. Let's not continue with the small talk, let's get to the point. So the old lady and Jerry Brown are now truly acquainted. The old lady said to him, "Mr. Brown, please sit down first, I'll take a look first." Jerry Brown said, "Okay, do you want to sit here? On the chair over there." The old lady pointed to a chair with a strange shape, with jacks and wires around it, but it was obvious that it had other uses, and said to Jerry Brown. The old man went over and sat down. The old lady nodded, and began to install, or stick some necessary instruments on him. Several numbers and bands appeared on the display screens next to the chair. The old lady then drew some blood, and put it on 2 transparent glass pieces. She also put some blood into a glass tube, and then into an instrument. Not only Jay Chou was stunned, Jerry Brown was the same. When he came, he had specially popularized Chinese medicine treatment. There are so many tricks. Just look, then touch you, then ask questions, and finally prescribe medicine or acupuncture. The old lady didn't like Jay Chou's stunned look. This is called keeping up with the times. If you don't use good things, do you still have to waste your eyes to look hard? What's the point of that? She paused and looked at him. However, you still need to see more and learn more. I have experience, and no longer need to pursue those. Moreover, some actions can be completed more accurately with the assistance of machines, and the use of medicine can be more precise. The old lady spoke in English. Both of them could understand. Oh. Jay Chou hadn't recovered yet, but he also responded. Jerry Brown was more relieved. Americans have always liked to accept new things and pay attention to keeping up with the times. The old lady broke through the traditional Chinese medicine, combined Chinese and Western medicine, and found the most labor-saving and more accurate medical method. This is definitely an old doctor worthy of respect. Compared with tradition, Old Brown believes in science more, especially what can be seen on paper. Data that can be analyzed, such tangible things, are the most important. Zhao Jixi didn't know when the old lady got these instruments, or which company they were from. In addition, compared with existing medical equipment, this somewhat rough structure looks more like something that was privately modified, and there are German and Russian words on the text, which is basically a combination of things. Zhao Jixi couldn't help but sigh in his heart, "Master, this way is really wide. I don't know who helped to make it. It looks quite convenient." Then he stopped talking, watching the old lady fiddling with Jerry Brown, asking a few questions from time to time, and the old guy also honestly said everything. It was related to his own health, and he didn't dare to hide anything from the doctor casually, especially since he had learned about the practice of traditional Chinese medicine. After a lot of effort, the old lady finally solved it. She took the pen and started to write a prescription, then handed it to Zhao Jixi and asked him to go to the medicine cabinet to get the medicine. He also said, "Jess, I remember you brewed a kind of pills for strengthening the body. Give a few to Mr. Brown. It will be very effective for his short-term recovery." Hearing the master's words, Zhao Jixi looked into the eyes of the old man Brown, sighed and said, "Okay, Mr. Brown, you should take 1/3 of Jess's pills at a time. 3 times a day, with an interval of 8 hours between each dose. This is very important to remember. After all, your body is no longer young, and your internal organs are aging, and your absorption capacity is very slow. Taking it too quickly will cause poisoning from overnutrition." "Okay, I'll remember it." Old Brown took out a pen and paper, and wrote it down, word for word. As expected of a prosecutor, rigor has taken root in his mind. "I don't have that thing with me. I'll ask someone to bring it to you, and you can take it." Zhao Jixi looked at Jerry Brown and said, then stepped forward and said, "There is one more thing. That thing has a little function. You may get an erection, but I don't recommend you to have sex at that time. After all, it's just a side effect, not a magic medicine, that will make your body younger as a whole. If you really need that, I suggest you take care of your body first. According to your current recovery rate, you will be able to have sex twice a month in the future. Maybe that will make you feel young." Twice a month, feeling young? Jerry Brown looked at Zhao Jixi with wide eyes. At this time, the two of them had already walked to the medicine cabinet. It was better to avoid the old lady for such topics. Oh my god, Jess, tell me you are not lying to me. Of course not, Brown. We are partners. Do you think I need to lie to you about this? Zhou patted old Brown on the shoulder and said, don't be happy too soon, buddy. These are based on your physical health. So now you still have to take your medicine on time every day. Maintaining your health is the most important thing. My pills may allow young people to recover quickly because young bodies and cells renew and recover to new life very quickly. They also have good absorption capacity. To put it simply, expenditure and income can be balanced, and they can withstand even a temporary deficit. Jerry Brown understood some of it, and nodded and looked at him. Zhou began to prepare medicine in the medicine cabinet, and continued, time is a poison. How to detoxify has been studied for thousands of years in the history of the Celestial Empire. Even many of the supreme rulers of the country have used the power of the country to find a way. Unfortunately, they still did not get the results they wanted, but they did study many systems and results on how to reduce this poison. For example, practicing oneself, exercising the body to delay aging, and making cells stronger. Vitality is extended. Of course, this is not martial arts, but the so-called health-preserving method of Taoism. To put it simply, with good living habits and reasonable exercise, you can prolong your life. This is part of the Taoist thought, and there is also the use of external objects, such as plant metals. But this step has now been proven to be wrong. Metal poisoning is no joke. But what is worth affirming is that my ancestors discovered very early that the human body contains metal element. Unfortunately, their idea of using external metals to supplement themselves and delay aging, or to stay young forever, is a little ridiculous, but the research spirit and results are still very valuable. The rest are the use of medicinal plants and medicinal animals, insects, fungi, etc., which work together to achieve the desired effect. There are Chinese medicine practitioners and chefs. According to doctors, it is to take everything in the world to nourish oneself. So eating in China is also a good medical behavior. These are a bit profound. You know, we still have some methods to delay aging, but don't joke about restoring youth. That is something that only God can do. Zhou half-truthfully deceived. He still has some experience in restoring youth. Space is not something that everyone can have, especially from the master and the old parents. He found that everyone has become younger to a certain extent. This is also the result he got after studying the cell tissues of several people. Their body active substances are very active, and the cells are slowly becoming stronger and more perfect to replace the old cells. It's just that this process is very slow, and there will be a limit in the middle, and then there will be irreversible changes. Now the physical condition of the parents is about to reach the limit, and they will only age slower in the future. However, this is only a theoretical statement. There are many uncertain factors such as bacteria and viruses in the middle. So if they are physically and mentally healthy, Zhou estimates that they will have no problem living to more than 100 years old. Especially under the care of the old lady, my mother has been slowly recovering from the hidden diseases in her body, and her life will be much better in the future. He also found that his study of biology is still very useful. He can find many things that he couldn't explain before from the subtle details. Jess, you are so amazing. You are already a genius to be able to do this. And the thousands of years of the Celestial Empire are really very desirable. Compared with our only hundreds of years of civilization, the ancient civilization is really too heavy. Jerry Brown looked at him and said. Zhou shook his head. Man, that's just the result of standing on the shoulders of giants. I also studied something based on the knowledge in ancient books thousands of years ago, and the cost is too high. If it can be mass produced, I will kick Bill Gates off the position of the richest man, he said, and kept grabbing medicine in his hands. He didn't have the ability to measure the weight with his hands. He used a gravity sensor scale, which was very accurate. That's really a pity, but I believe you will be able to reach that position in the future. After all, you are much younger than him. The starting point you get is no worse than what he got at the beginning. Old Brown obviously didn't use the kind words as money. He was very happy to use 3 things, just like him now. Zhou also accepted his comfort. Sometimes space is not omnipotent. After all, for mass-produced things, you have to explain all aspects clearly, and this thing can't be mass-produced outside. The medicinal plants planted in the space contain element that can be used to make pills with such effects. In the real world, whether it is the climate or other things, it is impossible to achieve such an effect. Old buddy, I'm not the kind of person who will be depressed because of these trivial things. It's just a little regretful. After all, I have researched it, but I can't commercialize it. It also wasted a lot of my time. Chapter 896. Changes in family members. After Jerry Brown left, things turned out to be pretty much what J.C. Chow's think tank had thought. On the third day, the Republicans began to attack the old man in the newspapers. Several Republican mouthpieces and pro-Republican people began to question Brown in the newspapers. Then the small and regional TV stations in California also spoke up, either in talk shows or gossip. With Brown as an example, many people began to doubt whether this old tough guy, the son of California, could do a good job as governor. Especially now that California has been in power for a few years, the fiscal deficit is very serious. A governor who is determined, capable, and willing to endure hardships is needed. And this premise requires a healthy body to operate. If Jerry Brown is not in good health, then no matter how good he is, it will be useless. Maybe he will have to handle official business in the hospital in the future and fall ill a few months later. Then will he not fulfill his promises? Do we have to find another way to increase the employment rate? In the past few days, except for the core figures who knew about the matter, the faces of others were not very good. Everyone, tell me, things are developing as I thought. Old Brown said to several people in the office with a calm look. At this time, there were several people sitting in the office, and the three core figures of Brown that day were also there. There were also other people, including agents of other sponsors, and the Chinese team that Zhou Jixi left for Brown. The position they occupied was also a relatively core position. In fact, this position was not very useful. They were just temporarily lent to Brown. After the election was completed, it was not certain that several people would continue to work for Brown. Those who worked for old Brown were basically interested in politics, and the rest were more inclined to work for Zhou Jixi. The prospects and salary were not comparable to those of old Brown. In addition, working for Zhou Jixi could also get a qualification. Judging from Zhou Jixi's actions in several steps, he also intended to cultivate Chinese political forces that were close to him. This was different from the political forces that were united outside. For some very difficult things, these people cultivated by Zhou Jixi would definitely help him. No matter what happens in the future, or if his political career ends, he should join J.C. Chow's company and get a high-paying consultant salary. Since they have started to attack, we should not rush to fight back. As long as the current suspicion and grievances are reversed in the future, the public will feel guilty and sympathetic towards you. If we use these emotions properly, the position of governor will be ours in 4 months. With this medical examination certificate, Mr. Brown is already standing at the finish line waiting for victory. In the campaign office, Jerry Brown's advisory team was originally gloomy. But after receiving Brown's medical examination report, they felt like they had eaten ginseng, and they were full of energy, and couldn't be better. Then they began to plan how to use this incident to benefit Brown. Brown came back from J.C. Chow's farm and took J.C. Chow's pills on time every day. He also drank boiled Chinese medicine every day. The strange tasting potion was very uncomfortable every time he drank it, but for his own health and political life, he still drank it on time. Now that the results have come out, the discomfort is nothing. Thinking about the opportunity to take the position of governor again in a few months and to implement political ambitions in the last days of his life, there are not many regrets in life. Everyone in the office began to make plans. All this has nothing to do with J. Chow. Since the goal has been achieved, there is no need to worry about anything. In the past few days, my parents have really adapted to the American environment and farm life. Especially after experiencing a charity reception, the two have made a lot of friends. My mother has met several middle-aged Chinese women, and there will be no shortage of people to play mahjong. In these 3 days, she went to Oakland twice and San Francisco once. The farthest she went was to Los Angeles on a plane sent by others. J. Chow thought it was a big move, charity fundraising, reception, auction or something. Unexpectedly, they all went to play mahjong or go shopping. These rich women, playing mahjong is just mahjong. Damn, playing by cents. This is not gambling, it's just killing time. Dad also went there twice, but for men, mahjong is really nothing in front of more fun things. He was a little nervous when he went there, but when he came back, he could already smoke cigars and taste red wine. He looked much more professional than Jay Chou. His son looked ashamed, but the old man was also very happy. With the help of Jay Chou's network, he also met many Chinese people. For him who didn't speak English very well, Chinese people were more interesting to talk to. Those friends were already in their 50s or 60s, and most of them were wealthy and semi-retired. Of course, those who took their careers as their lives probably couldn't get along with Dad. After all, there was nothing to talk about, and it made Dad feel inferior. Dad is not the kind of person who will be wronged now, especially since his son is so promising, and is also a big shot in the Chinese circle. He is also a figure in the Asian circle, and there are some of his figures in the political and economic circles. As long as his son is mentioned, others will envy him. Now, apart from participating in some of the original company's affairs, these friends who play together usually contact people in the Chinese Federation. It's not a big workload, so now they are free to play. Dad played with them twice, and then simply invited them to the farm to play. The environment on the farm is of course great, with hunting, fishing, camping, and many other things to do. In addition, there is no problem for the father to carry a gun on the farm. Outside the farm, unless it is private territory, it is a bit troublesome to carry a gun to play. Zhao Jixi has already contacted the plane. His mother also said that she has learned to fly a plane, so she might as well drive it to play, which is much faster than driving. Zhao Jixi was sweating when he heard it. This woman is really very thoughtful. The same is true for his father. His friend can fly a plane. Today, he happened to drive to the farm to play. He looked like a cool and charming old man, and his father was envious and jealous. Hurry up and tell his son to get the plane, he said. He also learned this thing as soon as possible. This coincides with Zhao Jixi, and he is also very envious. He also wants to fly a plane, especially when he sees an old man driving a small sports plane and flying freely in the air. The envy is almost going to explode. Zhao Jixi is also very happy about the changes in the two old people in the family. Nothing makes him as a son happier and prouder than being able to help his parents find new happiness and new pursuits in the second half of their lives with their existing abilities and wealth, after working hard for half of their lives. Especially for parents who are still a little vain, they are now mixed in the upper class and can be respected everywhere. There is no need to haggle over money when playing together. Everyone is very gentlemanly and rich. They can play however they like. If you want to go on vacation to a distant place, you can charter a plane or take a friend's plane. In San Francisco in the afternoon, go to Los Angeles in the evening. If you want to go home as soon as possible, the helicopter can take you back immediately. When you see the beautiful scenery on the scenic postcards, you used to think about how nice it would be to see it. Now, you can go there immediately if you want to. It's just that my parents haven't reached this level yet. They need to take it slowly. Maybe in a few years, they can get more used to the benefits of having a rich son. Now, they can have fun and play a little more luxuriously. At least they don't need to pat their pockets and think about whether they have enough money for what they want. I have to say that the Zhao family has a big heart. I didn't have the chance to know it before, but now that Zhao Jixi has appeared, many people in the family have also opened up, and it is almost immediately reflected in making friends and getting along with people. The new network of relationships that have been established after the efforts of several people is of course stronger than Zhao Jixi alone. In the days to come, Zhao Jixi will be able to fully experience this and feel very happy. The eldest sister in the family is also doing very well. At the last cocktail party, she also had a few female friends who she could talk to, and she also met a few people who immigrated not long ago. They are all entrepreneurs and role models among Chinese women. They can talk to them very well. She used to be in education, and she had common topics with them. In addition, there was a new rich capitalist like Zhou behind her, so people were also happy to make friends with her. In the future, maybe they would need Zhou's help at some point, or use the rich network to find convenience for themselves to raise funds and go public. Otherwise, if there are so many people in education, can they all talk to each other? The second sister is even more amazing. She is quirky and has a bit of a young girl's personality. After taking a card from Zhou, she had been away from home for 2 days and 3 days. Zhou asked her bodyguard Eva and found out that, after playing at Huang Doling's cousin's house for 2 days, a group of women went to New York to go shopping and party. They were drunk and were still sleeping. He had never been to New York to play like this before, and he was a little eager to go out and have some fun. He was still relieved about his second sister's friend. Huang Doling's cousin was also a woman with a sense of propriety, especially since she was also a married woman and knew the importance of things. Besides, they were also a sister party, so they didn't play any messy things, but it was estimated that marijuana and other party necessities were indispensable. This thing is not a big deal, and it is not so easy to get addicted. However, for the future, Zhou decided that, if his second sister needed it in the future, he would let her bring some medicinal cigarettes to play. Adjusting some ingredients can also achieve the desired effect of the party, and it is healthy and not addictive. As for the third and fourth sisters, these two women are still killing that local tyrant in China. If they don't kill half of the tens of millions, they are really sorry for the local tyrant. Lying in the sun, he recalled the changes in his home in the past few days, and he couldn't help feeling happy. Life is actually very simple. Make yourself happy, and make the people around you happy. He realized that he was at least doing well. Chapter 897 Two Brothers. PS. There are too many social events at the end of the year that I can't turn down. My teeth haven't fully healed yet and I still have to eat and drink. I've been drunk too much these 2 days and I'm powerless. Sorry everyone. In the leisurely afternoon, Zhou still likes to lie down and do nothing, basking in the sun and drinking beverages to spend this time. Maybe some people think it's a waste of time and life, but he still likes it this way. The reason is very simple. In his previous life, he worked so hard that he vomited, and suddenly he missed the days when he could go home and take a nap when he was in school. Even if he went home just to play and didn't sleep much, later when he was a otaku, he would sit in front of the computer, even if there was nothing to do, because he still wanted to make money. There were books that he hadn't finished writing, and there were things that he hadn't finished. Even if he was just in a daze, he wouldn't leave his seat, because he didn't have the confidence in his heart. Living off his parents is a big burden in his heart. Even if he said it didn't matter, in his subconscious mind, it was like a mountain pressing on him. He wanted to struggle, but seemed so powerless. He could only do his best, and perhaps imagined that it would bring him different changes. I don't know if it's because of the prayers and extravagant hopes day and night that I have what I have in this life. No matter what, there is always a fear in his heart, a fear of what he doesn't know, whether it is called fate or God. He has confidence in this life, his family is happy, and he can sleep whenever he wants. He doesn't need to bear any burdens anymore, because he is no longer worried or afraid. Everything comes from money. That is money, a good thing, a bad thing, but it is something that people like. It can make the blind see again, the dumb speak, and the deaf hear. As long as you have money, you will always have the opportunity to find a way. Is my idea a bit literary? Zhou muttered to himself after taking a sip of watermelon seeds. I've been playing with them these days. I should go and do some activities myself. I don't know how Li Shuang's affairs are going. Speaking of KOKO really came. One of the 3 mobile phones next to the drink rang, and it turned out to be Li Shuang calling. Could this kid have a telepathic connection with me? It shouldn't be. What's wrong with being in the heart of a man? It's disgusting. With a bit of disgust, he shook this idea out of his mind. Bossly, what can I do for you? He said frivolously. Li Shuang looked helpless. I'm the boss, but you, Boss Zhou, are the boss. I'm helping you with things in Korea, and you are still basking in the sun in California. Zhou was surprised and said, how do you know? Are we really in sync? Fuck your syncretic thoughts. Your sister and I are in sync. Li Shuang spat. My sister hasn't been born yet. According to my mother's age, you can't expect her to give birth to a child. As for my father, he has been sterilized, and it is even more impossible for him to bring me a sister. If it is a love sister, and she is in sync with you, I can give her to you. Brother, you really have to rest assured. I'm a person who regards brothers as brothers, except for my wife and girlfriend. People who regard women as dirt, those flowers and plants, brother can still give you one. Li Shuang said ridiculously, get lost, you want me to eat your leftovers, my taste is not that bad. Forget it, last time at Yemui Liquor in Gangnam, Seoul, did you forget that big butt girl I slept with her first? Then when we went there, to play together the second time, did you also take her back, and slept with her? Don't tell me no. You are worse than a beast. Zhao Jixi looked, like you were telling him to stop quibbling. Li Shuang smiled proudly. You are really wrong. I slept with that girl a year earlier, and I took her back to eat last time, because when I saw her, she had just had her cheeks shaved, and her round face was cute and chubby, but now it has become a melon seed face, so of course I didn't recognize her. As for the heart-shaped birthmark on the back of her, but when we got to bed the second time, I still remember it clearly, so brother, that's not what I ate your leftovers. Haha. Besides, Jess, didn't I tell you that I used to go hunting at Yemei? The more you eat there, the more you'll eat secondhand from me. Haha, and you're still proud of it. Did you miscalculate? Are you dumbfounded? It's still useful for me to have eaten a few more years than you. Zhao Jixi was stunned. There was such a situation. But he replied immediately, damn, if you have guts, I'll tell Shengnan about it. Let's see if you can still laugh so happily. You still remember the heart-shaped birthmark on your butt, right? Just wait to go home and kneel on the keyboard. Li Shuang, who had turned over a new leaf, was dumbfounded. He really knew that Zhao Jixi was so shameless as to tell tales. But he forgot about it because he was so proud of himself. He quickly pretended to be a grandson. Oh my god, Uncle Zhao, you are my uncle. Where's your uncle? Zhao Jixi fought back. Okay, sir, can you not be shameless for once? Li Shuang said. Yes, let's see if you can do it. Zhao Jixi said proudly. Li Shuang rolled his eyes. Shameless enough. He paused and said, Jian Jihan, Zhang Ziyi, Pei Swu, Su Jinglei, Sunny Jessica Jung, TSK. This list is really rich. Zhao Jixi sat up immediately after listening and said seriously, Uncle Li, let's talk about business. How did you guess that I was sunbathing? Tell me, I'm so curious. Li Shuang, with a black line on his forehead, said, speak human language. Oh, let's not talk about women anymore. Talking too much about the same thing will hurt your body and kidneys. If you're unlucky, we might all kneel on the keyboard together. By the way, how did you know I was sunbathing? Remember it next time. I'm not as boring, gossipy, and petty as you. Yes, Master Li, you're right. It makes so much sense. I admire you so much. Didn't I tell you to speak human language? Okay, got it. Zhao Jixi said immediately. Also, don't be so narcissistic, basking in the sun, pouting and making scissors hands, and taking pictures to Tomcat and Facebook to show off your happiness. Don't you know that in addition to your disgusting actions, it will also make people like me who are still working feel sad? Li Shuang said with disgust. I also have nearly 1 million fans. I have to pay attention to giving some fan benefits. Otherwise who would like to follow you? I'm only about 90,000 people away now, and I'm about to reach 1 million. I have to work hard. Although sometimes I feel disgusted once or twice, I just have to be more self-disciplined and swallow it down. Brother, you already have a tough guy look, which has attracted a lot of attention. So you have to expand your audience and actively attract more audiences. In this case, you have to create more other looks, such as pretending to be a cute man, and pretending to be a warm man. The number of fans has increased a lot, and now it is almost 1 million. That's 1 million fans. You will be eaten to death. Zhao Jixi paused and said, oh, by the way, People like you who have less than 1,000 fans will not understand. Tut tut. Chapter 898 Investigation. Before investing in Cube, Li Shuang was stunned for a long time before he said, "Jess, you are so boring. There are not many people who are worth billions and still do what you do." Zhou Jixi said leisurely, "There are not many, but my idol Steve Jobs is a master who claims to have hundreds of millions of fans, and he does have a lot of fans. Otherwise, do you think Apple can sell so well? It's because of good quality. Plus, okay, I know that. I just think that with more fans, I can advertise for myself in the future. Think about it. This is a lot of money and I can spend less. People have to look forward. Master Li, you have to learn." "Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you. I don't need to learn this. I have many people who claim to have millions of fans who come to curry favor with me. With your weight, you'd better go home and take a shower." Li Shuang started out serious, but immediately became non-serious. "I almost forgot. You are now a powerful figure in the TV station, and those Korean stars have to curry favor with you. I guess many little stars have slept with you before." Zhou Jixi thought of this all of a sudden and couldn't help but said depressedly, "Opening a TV station is still quite beneficial." That's right. One word contains a lot of information. Zhou Jixi is not the kind of person who lets Li Shuang be proud, and immediately said to himself, "It seems that I have to open one to see. It seems that it is quite simple to open a TV station in the United States. It probably won't cost much money. I can give it a try. Yeah, you little brat." Thinking of the angry Li Shuang, he laughed happily, and the depression he had just been pushed back suddenly recovered a lot. The two chatted nonsense for more than half an hour, and Li Shuang waved his hand to signal his secretary to go out twice in the office. Now he is also a person with capital, and the position of TV station director that he used to value is no longer so important. Now he can chat with his brothers as long as he wants, and he doesn't care who he loves. There are not many people who want to control him. He is already a director and shareholder of Greenland Company, and Greenland Company is indeed developing very well. The houses he took over in the first phase have brought him several times the money, and he has repaid the money he borrowed from Jay Chou. There will be dividends in the future, even if part of it has to be kept in the company as development funds. He has already received more than $100 million. Now the second phase has been developed, and the tourism industry has also taken off. The intermediaries rely on China, a country with a large population, so that their business in Jeju Island is very prosperous. They have a good network of people in Jeju Island. During the first phase of the project, they were the company that helped the government solve problems. So to a certain extent, they have also received care from the government. They are indeed a company with strong funds. Compared with several Chinese companies that are now vigorously developing here, Korean companies like Greenland are more popular. Therefore, the government also intends to give them the following projects in other scenic spots. Greenland's financial prospects are already visible. There are almost a lot of dividends every year. He basically has no shortage of money in this life. Maybe he doesn't have as much money as Jay Chou, but compared to the average rich man, he can afford to buy a yacht or a small plane. His wife's family is also a good one in China. After the two of them get married, they can also get many benefits for his interests in China. By the way, the cube data you asked me to collect for you is almost complete. I have just sent it to your mailbox. Take a good look." Li Shuang said seriously. "Well, thank you. Let's not be so polite. I'm really not used to your politeness." Li Shuang joked. "If you're not used to it, you'll get used to it slowly." Zhou Jixi stopped joking this time. "Let's talk business. I was planning to talk to Han Shengcheng the next day after the cocktail party, but who knew that this guy would leave on the same day? Is he ignored? How can a rich man like you not be respected? He really has something to do this time." I also found out, when I asked someone to collect information recently, something happened to the boy band of Cube on that day, and he had to go back to deal with it. If he doesn't deal with it well, the scandal will spread everywhere, and the group will be ruined. Is that so? Zhou Jixi nodded. Hong Shengcheng only said that the company had important matters, but didn't say what they were. Although he repeatedly said that it was okay, he looked tolerant and generous. But damn, He was at the airport, holding his boarding pass, and talking on the phone. What else could he say? He told him to get out of control, and he still had to talk to him? He obviously didn't make such an ugly face. He chose a good external performance, but it didn't mean that he was consistent in his heart. The petty Zhou Jixi had taken note of Han Shengcheng. There weren't many people who stood him up these days. He said he would wait to talk to him, but he went back. It seemed that he was playing a trick on Zhou Jixi. He had guessed some of the details. He didn't tell him what it was, because he was worried that there would be new problems in financing. This Han Shengcheng is indeed a character. After being kicked out of JIP, he was able to obtain a lot of resources, especially to form the current cube. It was also successful. The company has been run to this extent, and it still maintains a friendly relationship with the original company. He can be said to be flexible. I have to admire him for his patience. From these 2 points of view, Han Shengcheng is still a person worth investing in. Li Shuang Zhou Jixi Sido stopped talking and started thinking. Li Shuang over there was not in a hurry either. He turned on the computer and played Angry Birds for a while. He was determined to invest in Cube. This company later became more successful, and App Inc. became very popular after it was run. After thinking about it, since he decided to do it, he should show a better attitude. Shuang, are you there? Yes, I'm waiting for you to talk with my headphones on, and I'm playing Angry Birds in my hand. Tell me, you kid probably won't let me off easily, Li Shuang said, while shrinking the game window. Well, you go contact Han Shengcheng now, and help him within your ability. Help me show my sincerity, at least let this old guy know that I'm also an influential figure in Korea. Li Shuang said without hesitation. Okay, I'll take care of this matter, but it's better to find the Park brothers. With them, things will be easier to solve. Then you should go find them. Zhou Jixi said quickly. I'd rather owe you a favor than to them. I can get a discount when I pay it back. It's not worth it to owe them. That's right, it's just a simple matter for me to talk to them, but if you say it, it will become a debt of favor. Li Shuang said, after thinking about it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.